Hello there, one and all. Welcome to Kings of Pop Culture episode 15. In this one, we got ourselves a juicy compilation of topics to discuss and talk through today, or this evening or this morning, wherever you may be on planet Earth. But before we get into all that, Sensei King Kreese Jr., will you do me the honor in reading out the list that you have compiled for us?
Yes, Mr. Jacob. So, Chosen Familia, we're going to get straight into it. Let me pull up my notes. Okay, so we're going to be talking about Jacob's thoughts. We're going to be talking about the Obi-Wan Kenobi show. We're going to give some more hints onto what we're going to be talking about that on Jacob's thoughts. And then it's also another two-parter question going in our DC segment. We need to know what was Jacob's thoughts on the Batman, because we didn't really get it the last time. You know, he just did a hiatus on us, so we had to take over the show. You know how it is, but we're all good enough to take over. Also, in our DC segment, we're also going to be talking about what would happen after the Matt Reeves universe. Do you believe that there should be a Batman Beyond movie after that? And then going for our Marvel segment, we're going to be doing sort of like a theory a little bit about the Wakandans versus the Atlanteans. And then like we're also going to be talking about like RP, the guy that played Ross in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. But is William Stryker from the X-Men going to take over his place? And then for our last part, we're going to be talking about Strike Hard, Strike First, all that good stuff. No Mercy. I know I messed it up, but it's all good. We're going to be talking about some Cobra Kai at the end. And one of our news things is going to be what was Peyton List talking about there's going to be a lot of cameos in this season. Is it Julie Pierce? Is it Jessica? Maybe Mike Barnes is just not only going to be there for maybe just for a couple episodes. And then finally, we're going to get into a theory like of the four senseis and who they're going to be teaching. Kreese might be teaching Sam. Miguel might be getting taught by Chosen. Johnny probably most likely teach Robbie. And then Daniel is going to be teaching Tori. It's just like Jacob was talking about. Like each person needs to be in a certain part of the dojo at the time. So, Mr. Jacob, you can go ahead. Jacob's thoughts. Obi-Wan.
Everyone raise a toast to the man himself for raising such a badass list. Once again, let me run through the chat one more time. Stuart. Hello, brother, sir. Everyone raise a toast to Stuart as well. I miss you, dude. Curious Crow, what's up, dude? Oh, yes. Don't worry, Curious Crow. That comment's juicy for the Batman discussion later. Juicy. I see you, bro. CVO, Tristan. Why are you watching that god-awful show, CVO? And Yinko, I see you in the chat too, brother. On Cobra Kai World. Nice edit that you did earlier on with 3 Days Grace. That was sick. Abbas and Lisa. Okay, welcome one and all. Welcome. And to this lovely juicy stream today, we're going to start out with, as the sensei put it, Kenobi. Now, I was meant to do a Chosen Live yesterday talking about Kenobi more in depth, and I didn't get around to it because things happened and I just kind of got way late. But don't worry, Chosen Lives are making a return this week where it'll be just, me on my ones talking smack as per normal. It was badass, dude. It was badass. But I think, I'll go more in detail in that Chosen Live, breaking it down where I think the journey of the characters can go, what the lore, what we can expect to see, what we can hope for. But just to give us all a bit of an inkling, bit of an idea. I think touching upon something I said before is this series needs to absolutely have no action in it for a good 3 episodes. Like I want it to be very character driven. I want it to be very, emotional and heartfelt. And this isn't a time where, everything's willy-nilly and, everyone's like, running through the meadow, singing sunshine, lollipops and rainbows. No, everything's just gone to shit. Order 66 has happened. The Jedi are basically borderline extinct, especially as this is 10 years after Revenge of the Sith and Vader and his Inquisitor Death Squad have basically hunted down everyone. So we're in the Jedi Purge kind of territory. And I touched upon this before, but I said that for the show, don't be surprised if the Inquisitors aren't actually hunting Kenobi, they're hunting someone else. And Kenobi happens to walk, like, basically coincidentally coincide with them. Because, you know, you see it throughout Rebels, you can see it in the books and stuff. The Inquisitors are basically the lackeys of Vader in a sense. Yeah, well said, Curious Crow. They're just the lackeys. They're the guys that you send in, you know, like when you're playing a game of chess, the pawns go first, and then eventually you move your bishop or your rook, and then maybe you do the killing stroke with the king or queen or whatever. But with someone like Kenobi, Vader will not be sending Inquisitors after Kenobi. He'll go himself because this is a mission that is personal to him. And in, you know, Rebels, I don't want to spoil too much, but when Vader learns that Ahsoka survived everything, you know, he's like, the apprentice lives, and he goes after her himself because there's something personal there. If it's just a regular Jedi, Vader will step in if he has to, but around this time, as much as he loves massacring Jedi and taking them down, his focus is specifically on Kenobi. And, you know, you're going to see, as great as it is to see Hayden and Ewan together again, we're not going to get any scene of them, you know, reconciling or whatever, because this is going to be where Vader's at his most bitter. He's going to be at his full of hatred, full of rage, full of anger, and all the anger and rage that he felt while he was burning on Mustafar is still going to be exemplified in not just his fighting style, his hostility towards Obi-Wan, and the fight that they inevitably have. And the way I can see that playing out is their fight happens, ends as a draw, because for all intents and purposes, Obi-Wan won the first one, so Obi-Wan's 1 point up. This time it'll end as a draw, so it's 2-1. And then the next time they face each other, Vader obviously kills him, so that's 2-2. You know, perfectly balanced. But I think, you know, after the fight ends, you could see a flashback of Hayden and Ewan in the Clone Wars together, sort of having like a farewell scene where it's the final time that we could potentially see Hayden and Ewan together in live action, which was always something that I thought the sequels missed a major opportunity on. Is the sequels could have brought everything together. You could have had Luke interacting with Qui-Gon. You could have had Anakin talking to his son. You know, there were so many opportunities there that they just completely missed. But, you know, these TV shows will now enable us to do that. And I think, you know, it wouldn't be cheap or chintzy. I think judging on Boba Fett, you know, with Luke and Ahsoka just chilling in the background there, like it's a casual Sunday, you know, around the meadow, then if they're doing that in an episode of Boba Fett, what will they do for the Kenobi show? So I am hopeful that this show, as much as I would love a season 2, I think it's one of them ones where, as much as I love Revenge of the Sith, I don't want a second Revenge of the Sith, because I want that to be its own thing. And sometimes less is more. And I don't want them to get to a point where it's like, okay, everyone loves it, let's do a season 2 and then milk it dry. Like, I want this, you know, the idea of limited series kind of appeals to me with the tone of the show, the stakes that the characters have to go through, where we're at in the timeline. And if they are to do a season 2, it won't be like the first season. Season 2 will probably just be Obi-Wan in one-off missions or something like that. But I really don't like the idea of that. I really think it adds so many layers and subtext to leave it ambiguous if Kenobi literally ends with, after Kenobi's basically said, okay, I've tried reaching out to Anakin, he isn't coming home, maybe there's still hope that he can, but, you know, I'm going to put all my trust, faith, and energy into this kid, Luke, and hopefully one day Anakin can come back home, but until that day, I'm going to focus on Luke instead. And what will happen there is, by the end of the season, he'll come to a place where, because if you look at the images that were released to us, he's sitting in that cave, so he hasn't got his home yet. He's still in that cave, so he's probably been there for 10 fucking years. So by the end of this, he'll finally have his house out in the Dune Sea, and then you might even see scenes of him in the show. You know, like when Luke first sees him in A New Hope, and then he's got, like, you know, the hood up, and he goes, all that stuff, and scares the Tuskens off. You're like, scares them off. You could see him doing that early on. But I think at least for the first few episodes, I was saying before, you got to keep it emotionally driven, character charged, barely any action, because no doubt from 4 to 6, it's just going to be balls to the wall Jedi action nonstop. Especially towards like the final 2 episodes when Vader comes into the show. So I think, you know, and hell, you could even have an episode focused around Vader. You know, it's like how Cobra Kai, you know, we'll touch more on it later, but just to use it as an example, in season 1, you started an episode with Johnny and Miguel, and then in episode 2, you got Daniel's kind of update on where he was. So it could play out like that. In episode 1, you start out with Kenobi. Episode 2, you start out with Vader, and then eventually they sort of run concurrently with each other. But I do want, for those first few episodes, the focus to be more on Kenobi, that, you know, this is the order that he believed in. This is the Jedi that, you know, he always respected the rules. He always followed the code. And him and Anakin are so much like polar opposites that they've lost equally as much, but they've both gone different paths and they've taken different avenues to kind of react to certain things. And I think, you know, there could be, you know, shout out to some lovely folks that are kind of saying the things that I've been saying, with Obi having a, you know, conversation with Qui-Gon and having it be a very emotional like scene. You know, I see you, but it just makes sense. It just makes sense that, you know, Obi would be like, "Hey, I did exactly what you asked. I trained this kid. You know, he basically was the chosen one, in your words. He rose up. I trained him, took him under my wing. I taught him everything you taught me, and he slaughtered us all. But you said he's the chosen one. What the hell were you smoking? Were you smoking death sticks, or like what were you doing? You know,
there's gonna be some resentment between Obi-Wan and Qui-Gon. Like they're gonna be like butting heads. Like, dude, why should I listen to you? Like everything that you told me, it ended up being wrong.
I would love to see that Force Ghost of Qui-Gon talking to Obi-Wan. Just an interaction that is completely opposite to their relationship in The Phantom Menace, because that would be like just really putting things into perspective with how they effed up with Anakin, and kind of who is to fully blame. Is it Qui-Gon, or is it strictly Obi-Wan for letting him get out of his control?
Yeah, because obviously, like when you get to Return of the Jedi, like you still know that Anakin still is the chosen one. It's just the prophecy was kind of, it didn't give all the details away. It was just the context of the chosen one.
That's all they thought when they saw the little things and the cues there with him being the chosen one.
And you learn in the Clone Wars as well, especially in the later seasons, that the reason Obi, Yoda, and even Anakin know how to become Force ghosts is because of Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon learns. So
he's the one that pretty much knew how to do it. So
so at the end of episode 3, when Yoda says to him, "In your solitude training I have for you, an old friend has learned the path to immortality," he means Qui-Gon. But the thing is with Qui-Gon, he didn't fully learn all the training to become a Force ghost yet, but he can speak through the Force. So it might not physically manifest like a full-on Force ghost, but what he can do is sort of like, imagine like just like this, like echoes, like little glimpses, flashes, where you don't see a full-on Force ghost because he hasn't got to that level, but you see echoes, remnants of him, and you're like, oh, that's Liam Neeson.
Like when Anakin was killing the Tusken Raiders, he said like, "Hey, Anakin, stop, please, stop, no."
And it could be even like when in episode 9, when Rey hears the voices, like it will basically come through like that, where you hear Qui-Gon's voice literally blasting through the screen.
Spirit bomb sword, lightsaber thing.
Oh, when you've said like about hearing their voices, just really annoying. They didn't give an endgame moment where they had them all come together. And they can look at Luke.
They didn't have to show everyone because, you know, not all of them have learned how to become Force ghosts. But I think the ones who have learned, you can show them.
I mean, definitely the main guys.
Yeah, or even just the live action characters. You know,
just imagine you just see like Mace Windu's Force ghost looking at Palpatine like,
I'm that mother.
It would be even more like impactful because, you know, there's always been arguments in the Star Wars fandom. Like one of the changes at Return of the Jedi, and King Nico, you probably know this, is that the original actor, Sebastian, is it Shaw?
I think so. The guy with many faces.
Stan.
So he basically played the original Anakin in the suit, and in the Return of the Jedi, when they released the special editions in 2004,
they changed it up
and they put Hayden Christensen there instead, which I understand because that, you know, that was the last thing. It bridges the gap, and it was the last time you saw him as Anakin. But I think what Episode 9 could have done, and I'll get back to Kenobi in a sec, just to touch on this, is there could have been moments. There's that fan edit that is amazing on YouTube, like not the one with all the lightsabers popping up, like that's too cheesy, but the one where it's just the Force ghosts. you'd have maybe a moment where you see old Ben Kenobi flashing back to McGregor, flashing back to Alec Guinness. Like Force Ghosts could change their age. Like, little Annie in there. So where that way it's basically saying, hey, both versions are still canon. It's just Force Ghosts could change their age depending on.
You have young Luke and you have old Luke and young Luke.
Yeah,
just slipping back.
Because in episode they go to the effort of having old Ben Kenobi voice lines with young Obi-Wan lines. So they got Alec Guinness and Ewan McGregor, so you could have visually showed that as well. That would have been nice.
Yeah,
I'll talk more about that in my.
If only Feige was the one that was in control of it, he would have done that.
Oh, for sure. But I mean,
we would have done an end game of
Jedi Sith War.
Well, that's what it was labeled as, but yeah, it partly felt. Oh, now that's sick.
Nice.
Damn. So sad seeing Anakin just go to the dark side like that, man.
Hold on. See.
I hate Palpatine.
Palpatine's just an old, wrinkly testicle, man. He got what he deserved.
Did he? I mean, the Rey thing.
Originally, he did.
Yeah.
Originally, he did.
I ain't counting the Rey thing. That's just. That was just trying to F us off even more.
The dark one can still keep it up.
Curious, Crow. They can absolutely do that. But I'll touch more upon that in my chosen live during the week. But to round off like the next 5 minutes on Kenobi, I really hope that this show is very character driven. It's very emotional and heartfelt. And the thing is, as much as I love the prequels, I was rewatching them earlier today, but I really want Hayden to use this opportunity here to prove to all these Star Wars fans he can act. He is good. He's not an Oscar winner, right? He's not in that category, but he's good. I want him to showcase that he can do that. And Ewan McGregor as well. This and Liam Neeson. Give all these prequel actors a chance to really show their acting chops. Yeah. Not that they didn't before, but with dialogue that really sort of lands with the feeling of what we're going for.
Yeah.
And when Obi-Wan says in the trailer, the fight is done, we lost. It's almost like, I think at this moment, as much as people may not want to hear it, he's Last Jedi Luke in this situation where he's given up. It's, and I can't say I blame him. He's seen everyone he's cared about die in front of him. Then there's the context that the Clone Wars give that makes his loss even more heartbreaking. Then you've got, him basically being a hermit, him trying to provide for himself and look after himself out in the desert. It's just and that's a nice parallel between him and Raider. But you've got all this stuff, and then he's seeing Luke grow up, and he almost doesn't want history to repeat itself in the shape of Luke again, the same way it did with Anakin. And I think having that in front of him, visually for us, it's cool. My hands keep disappearing. Hey. It's I need to do the line, where is it? It's like, you were the chosen one. It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them. As much as it's been mean the hell out of now, it is an emotional scene.
Yeah.
But I really want that same feeling from Revenge of the Sith to kind of carry forward. And I'll touch more upon this in the Chosen Live, but I was asked about them changing the ending or changing the scripts to make it more uplifting. And I think I actually agree with that, because it's going to be so dark and dreary and depressing. Yeah. There needs to be some kind of element of uplifting to it. Otherwise, it's going to be a depressing show. It's literally going to be so heart-sinking. You want it to end on an uplifting note. Maybe, as I said,
it's pretty much like a Rogue One, if you think about it.
Yeah, pretty much. Where it ends depressing as hell, but epic as hell, but it still ends on hope. And one thing I would like, as I was saying before, with the final duel, when it happens, if Anakin and Kenobi go their separate ways again, or Vader and old Ben this time, and the next time they see each other, obviously, Ben dies. Spoilers. But what if it ends with a flashback of Anakin and Obi-Wan from their days in the Clone Wars, and that's the final shot of the show? Is it's just them two, as friends, and then it basically feeds into the idea that Anakin will come home, but Obi's got a mission to deal with.
I gotta ask you one thing.
I gotta ask you one thing. Man. Get some rest, brother.
I gotta ask you one thing though, Jacob. And I don't want this to happen, but we're in the age of like when we end fights. Do you feel like they might do a Martha scene?
Don't you dare suggest what I think you're gonna suggest. No, please no.
Padme. What Padme would want?
He's like, he's just like,
Why did you say that name?
It's like, no, I don't want that here.
Padme.
No. I swear to God, if they end it with that shit, no.
Dude, come on. Do you just imagine like where like Darth Vader's like about to beat Obi-Wan and then you know how they end the draw and then he just says like, Padme, you think Padme would like what you're doing?
When Negan's like, Rick says to Negan, Carl was right, and Negan starts crying and I'm like, no, don't do this. Why did you say that name? I mean, it could happen, but for me personally, this is why I said the fight. I would love the fight to happen on a Star Destroyer, like if it or Mustafar. Like it brings it full circle because the sequel trilogy they showed us a glimpse of Vader's castle. I want to see the full. I want to see the full shebang. He's built that castle over the same place he was born and Anakin died. Again, a lot of cinematic language. But if it was to be in like a star cruiser. As the Star Cruiser goes down, Anakin and Vader have to go their separate ways. Their fight's so insane, it brings the whole shit down. Like that would be cool. If it is on Mustafar, maybe a part of the castle breaks off and they split up. But if I swear to God, if they end it with that, this is not
deal breaker.
This is not
the deal breaker.
This is not the way. This is
I'm saying, man, because like that's like the cop out on almost every single thing.
Godzilla versus Kong, Dominic Toretto turning on his family, Bumblebee versus Optimus, Negan and Rick. Like it's just the cop out at this point. Batman and Superman. Like let's not. You see, Batman versus Superman, and I'll get into it later. But it set the hold on. Let me just go full screen. It set the precedent for when these fights happen. For some contrived bullshit to stop characters fighting. It's like
I just have to because like I was just driving in my car and I said like watching Obi-Wan. You know what? What if they do a Martha scene with that?
No, please no. Now, if Padme's in the show, I would really like that. If they've managed to keep it secret that Natalie Portman has a flashback cameo in this, I would love that. But for the love of all that's holy. Please don't do that because it's an emotional show. Like it's like Anakin and Obi fighting on Mustafar, and then he's like Mace Windu. Why did you say that name? It's like no. Let's not do this. Like this is not the see. Batman versus Superman. I'm doing a Chosen live on that. Give me my notebook.
Oh Lord.
Set a precedent for that. Oh, that's another one. Godzilla versus Kong. There you go.
Or what if you just call it the versus thing?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it. It's once it goes in this notebook, it's official. Right? Let me just write it down. Chosen. Oh man, I got a couple of Chosen lives to do. I got one on Kenobi, and I got Walking Dead, and I got this one.
Walking Dead.
BVS set a precedent, but we can transition from this into our next subject. But there will be a Chosen live during the week, ladies and gentlemen, where I'll be talking a little bit more about Kenobi, a little bit more about the journey of where I think the characters can go, and all that kind of jazz. But I'm really looking forward to this show. I think it's got great potential, and rewrites and changing scripts, like that's commonplace in the filmmaking process. That's normal. And I think, this is a change that I actually agree with. You need to give it an underlying, especially if it's the last time we see Hayden and Ewan together. You want it to end on a kind of positive note.
Yeah, that's just my thing, my man. Before we transition, I just don't want nobody to just take Obi's show. If you feel me, like that
is important.
Because like I seen it too much in Black Panther. I saw in Boba Fett. Like, please, can somebody have their own show and just keep it that way? Like, and not bring in other people. You don't need this. You don't need this at all.
Like, keep it focused on the character, And I think that's maybe why the other characters are so like frequent in the trailer, because they know they have got the focus on that stuff. So fingers crossed.
That Boba Fett was a big L, man. Like, listen, like,
Cobra Kai and the Power Rangers, eh?
Yeah, I'm just saying. This is just me. This show right here is a make or break for Star Wars, in my opinion.
Like Boba Fett was like the mid card. This is the main event. Like
this is the main event.
You got to get this one spot on. Like
if Disney does not get this one right,
if this one doesn't land, I swear.
Then it just proves my theory that they don't care about their legacy.
Then Anakin did the right thing going with Palpatine.
Yeah, he did. And the thing is, you know, if you've got John Williams compose, like this dude did Rise of Skywalker to end his Skywalker composing kind of stuff. Beautiful soundtrack to Episode 9, by the way. Yeah. That's one thing that I think no one can debate. No matter what movie he does, it's fucking good. But you know, and also like the Rise of Skywalker theme has like elements of Anakin's theme, Luke's theme, Yoda's theme, Leia's theme. It's all brilliant. But you know, they went out of their way to bring him back, like to compose for the teaser. Like what he composed for the teaser, if that is the music that plays during Vader and Ben's fight scene, oh man, misty-eyed.
Because like I said, man, Star Wars is 50-50, man. This show can go either way. It can be either really, really good, or it can be really, really bad. There's no in between anymore with Star Wars nowadays, man.
No, this is true. It's either meh or good. You know, so I'm hoping this slaps because, you know.
Hello there.
If it doesn't slap, then
big doo-doo this time.
Very much so. And if it's terrible, then you know, may God be with us.
Yeah, pretty much, man. Pretty much. So I guess you want to go ahead and transition and we talk about DC for a while.
Yeah, we can get on to DC. We won't mention BVS. I can't talk about that movie. I'm now fired up for it, but we can talk about the original intention for the segment.
So, Jacob,
the Batman.
It's sort of like a part two. It's a part two to your Jacob's thoughts. So, like, we never got how you feel about Batman answer.
How does one feel about Batman? So, right off the bat, okay, you see what? Boom!
I understood that reference.
Is, you know, I will say this: is it a movie that I've got to be very careful with how I word this? I don't think it will be a movie that, you know, I rewatch a lot because it's something that I want to preserve the greatness of how good it was the first time. So I might watch it sporadically here and there. But I think for me, the best thing I love about this movie, well, actually, two of the best things. The first is that this movie takes every element of what made every other Batman work. So you've got the Bruce Alfred dynamic that they had in the Dark Knight trilogy. You've got the sort of feel and aesthetic of the Keaton universe. You've got the tone of the villains, literally like they're right out of the comics. You've got the fighting and everything like it's right out of the Arkham games. And then you've got like scenes where, you know, like in can't even bring it up, BVS in the warehouse scene, you've got stuff that's on that level, kind of brutal wise, without killing people, which is good. That's also another thing. But that aside, this is the most true depiction live action Batman ever, hands down. Like, and I love the Dark Knight trilogy. Like, I rewatch that on a regular because for me, that's my shit. You know, the messages of the movie. You know, it's a beginning. It's more my kind of what I look for in a story: beginning, middle, end. I don't need 20 fucking million films of 50 million books. Like, I'm here for like 90 plus years and then I'm dead. Like, I don't need to be sat behind, you know, a screen fucking 50 hours in a day when there's only 24. But, you know, the good thing about this movie is it didn't rush. It took its time. And it really allowed the world to establish. And I'm really hoping that we're in line for at least 6 or 7 films in this universe, because I feel like they've got a great foundation here with a young Batman. Robert frickin' nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. As I said, he would since day one. So Twilight Boy is no longer. So Twilight fans, please cry out your, oh, my Edward tears. Yeah, get it all out. Get it all out your system, because at the end of the day, in the Matt Reeves universe, everything is perfect. Now, that said, what a few little nitpicks I had with the film, like in terms of like some scenes kind of dragged. There were moments where I was just like, okay. But for about 80 to 90%, I really enjoyed myself.
RJ.
And I think, yeah, you did indeed, RJ. And I think, this movie really sets an example that you can, like, I mean, the opening of this movie, when the Riddler's going ham on his first victim, and he's going, "Arr, arr," like, dare I say, it was like probably scarier and more intimidating than most horror movies. Like, it's just the way he's standing there so ominously in the dark. And then the minute the guy, I've forgotten his name, walks past the camera, and then he turns around, and then the Riddler's just going ham on him and absolutely battering him. I'm like, Jesus. And I really do hope down the line that they give the Riddler a bit more of his green aesthetic, like maybe the cane, the green question mark and stuff. But I think the benefit of them being young is there will be that kind of MCU type evolution where you see these characters progress down the line, and you see the Riddler really grow into his, what we're familiar with seeing him as. But I think the tone that they got for the character was spot on. Like, I love the way that, and obviously there's a nice little juicy end credit scene, but I'll get into that too. Spoilers, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, if you ain't seen it, but if you ain't seen it by now, then you didn't care anyway. Just calling it as it is. But I think for me, like the score, like Michael Giacchino scored this movie and No Way Home not long after each other. Flipping nails it in this movie, and just from the score alone, when shit's about to go down. There's intrigue, there's mystery, and then that end credit scene there. I don't think Joker's being set up for the next one. I think Joker's being set up long term, and all those cells are going to be filled by probably the 4th movie. Massive breakout, Arkham Asylum style breakout. That's what I think is exactly going to happen, and then I can't wait for it. And I think characters like Mr. Freeze and stuff, keep them like for down the line. But I think villains that would work really well in this universe. We've obviously got Riddler, and we got, spoilers, Joker. Hush, he's been set up like the proper Hush, not that not that animated, whatever the hell they were doing with him. So you got Joker, Riddler, Hush. Bane is 100% going to come in with the Venom stuff that he used to beat the shit out of that dude. What a scene. Then you've got Penguin. You still got him in there. You could potentially bring in, I think Deathstroke would be cool down the line. Then maybe, just maybe Black Mask, like a proper.
Well, that does have to happen.
I think Ian McGregor should get another crack at it, man. Like,
yeah, I mean, if they're using multiverse as excuses for everything nowadays, because it's in the multiverse, so we can make shit movies. So not that this is just hyperbole. We can use this to give Ewan McGregor another chance as Black Mask, because that was great casting, and just Mr. J, egg sandwich, yeah, whatever that fucking movie was. Sorry, those who like Birds of Prey. That
shout out to TCK.
That was I couldn't even get through 5 minutes of that. I was like, hell no. The Suicide Squad, however, yes. But and then you got the Penguin show, and this is what I mean. I feel like Matt Reeves is laying the foundation perfectly, where I think even the movies and stuff could continue beyond him.
Yeah,
I think Matt Reeves will lay the foundation, and it would be up to the studio. Like, Matt Reeves is doing them a massive favor here, because he's not just he's not making one movie. He's building a whole universe in there.
Yeah.
And, if we are to believe the rumors that he's not going to be spearheading and helming every single character in every single show, he's going to have to trust the studio and say, hey, this is my vision. You don't have to follow it verbatim, but this is what I'm thinking can happen.
Yeah.
And from here, you can take the baton and you can go in this direction with it. and we trust your judgment, you know, or I trust your judgment. But don't screw up like you did with the other universe, you know.
Yeah, Star Wars, J.J. Abrams, Ryan Johnson. Here you go. Okay, we're gonna kill off the main villain just because we're epic.
That's exactly what happens. And this is what happens when you have. It's not even just a lack of plan, because even though sometimes there might not be a plan, you know, you have story notes, you have beats and ideas. Here's what I'm thinking, you know, and the whole like JJ and Ryan thing. It's, you know, it's not fleshed out. That's your job. Your job as the second guy in is to take the ingredients from the first film and expand upon them. But instead, they went, ha, I don't want any of these. Here's what I'm doing. You can't do that. You cannot. It's like you're sitting there playing with Hot Wheels, and then someone comes and brings in Lego. Like you haven't. If you want to do that, you've got to build the foundation up before you do. So if Matt Reeves is to do that down the line, I think it's DC going, okay, we recognize our mistake. We know we screwed up. But this is where, you know, because I see it lasting beyond him. I think the universe has got such great potential where Matt will tell the story he wants to. But if the universe is built right, I really do want to see stories of Red Hood and Nightwing. Like, I want to see it all. But I don't want it to be rushed. I want us to earn the Red Hood story. And that's got to be done way down the line. Like, it's got to be done something when it happens where it's like, oh shit. Because for me, I don't know about you guys, but like Red Hood's one of my favorite DC like superhero characters ever. I love him. And the whole idea of, we got a donation. Bryce Productions. To be honest, I'm looking forward to the Batgirl movie. Yeesh. But thank you for the 279. I appreciate you. Everyone raise a toast to Bryce Productions and say a movie quote. Any movie quote. I'm going to make this a thing now. Movie quote, TV show quote, say it to Bryce Productions. Like, you know, the force is strong with you, young one, or something like that. Anything. Thank you, Bryce. Really appreciate you. But yeah, like, I feel like there's a lot of opportunity here to expand this universe and make it bigger. But I don't want it to be a case of, okay, let's just throw Jason Todd in there because, you know, like, I want us to build up to it. I want it to be earned, because the character of Jason Todd, like, and this is the genius of the studio at the time, they took the character that no one liked. No one liked Jason Todd at all. Yeah. So they said, okay, we're giving it to you. What do you want to happen? They killed him off. And fans are like, oh, shit. Oh, dear.
They actually did it.
The story. And they're like, oh, he's a good character now. I'm like,
sometimes it's a good thing to trust your fans, and sometimes it's a bad thing to trust your fans.
Yeah, it can be a double edge. Like, this is where like nuance comes in, where you're like, you know, you got to give and take, you know, 50-50. But to get to storylines like that, I really want them to take their time with it, because this is a young Batman. Build this universe up. Don't bring in Mr. Freeze and Poison Ivy and stuff like that. Like, don't bring them in yet. Save them. Like, even like maybe Clayface. Like, bring people in like Hush. You know, people like Deathstroke, maybe Deadshot in this universe. You know, you could really build up to a universe where we have these storylines down the road, just when it, you know, we get our due. I mean, yeah, Tim Drake. I mean, look, you know, Tim Drake for me, as I've said before, is my least favorite of the gang. But, you know, if you are to do it right, then you can make Tim Drake a really good character down the line. And there are many storylines that Tim Drake is very key to.
Hey, he needs some type of recognition, because I forgot about him. Like,
this is true. This is true. Freedom. Oh, that's a good one. Freedom is the right of all sentient beings and vengeance. But yeah, like, yeah, Grayson needs to be the first Robin. It has to be Grayson. Like, because if you're going to do it, you got to do it right. You can't.
You got to do it right, man. And this is what I keep on saying. Like, I understand about the director's vision and stuff like that, but sometimes you just gotta just go verbatim. Like, you just gotta do the basics. Let's just start out with Robin #1. Like, let's just do Dick Grayson.
And they've set the foundation. They've set the foundation with this universe. The first, they're going to do things properly. So they'll change a few things to fit the narrative of live action, but they've already set. And this is what I was saying about foundation. They've set the foundation that they're going to do things properly. They'll change a few things, but they're going to do it 80 to 90% bang on, with their own twists for the movie. But
this is my theory on what they might be doing, because I really think the Quarter Owls is gonna be the main, because like they kept on hinting it throughout the whole entire movie, because what's his name, the cop, he was like more scared of him saying the whole entire answer, because he didn't say like the rumor as in singular, he said it like as they, like who's they. Yeah, and then then you have to catch, oh snap, either they can go the Quarter Owls route or they're gonna go League of Shadows, and they might be having a turf war over Gotham City.
Exactly. We can really set up for that. And Selena did say there'll be a power struggle. Oh yeah, Court of Owls, like 100% will be the end game for this current. Like, picture Matt Reeves' Batman as in first phase. Court of Owls will be the end of phase 2. Phase 3 will probably be where Matt I could see Matt maybe taking a back seat and saying, here's the universe, don't fuck it up, you know? Oh, I swear to God, if they screw it up before my boy Red Hood gets his shine, I'm going to be pissed.
It would have been interesting to see Ben Affleck maybe directed, but
yeah, that's going to be one of them what if things, you know? But to be fair, though, like, they could still do it.
They can still do it, man.
If Ben wants to, they could still do it. And I'm not a huge, like, I like the multiverse in that aspect, but I hope they're careful if they do it.
I don't think he was involved with this project at all, though, was he?
No, it was, from what I keep on hearing, that they're taking a little bit of his movie or show and they're putting some elements inside there or whatever. Yeah. It's like they wanted to do an Arkham Asylum show, like, you know, Deathstroke, Joker. Like, and you know, it's sort of like he's going through the levels of Arkham Asylum like a video game. So he's taking on, like, you know, in this first episode he's taking on so and so. In this episode he's taking on so and so.
Absolutely, it could play out literally like just an Arkham Asylum game. Like that's the vibe I mainly got from it all. Oh, I agree, Curious Crow. Like, I think I've never had an issue with Tim. It's just they don't really know what to do with him compared to the others. You know, it's
keep on telling everybody he's forgettable. Like, I like every time when you guys keep on saying him, like I always remember. Oh yeah, him.
Like, I like Tim Drake. He's cool, but I think the thing is, like, you know, we're comparing with guys. I mean, obviously this is all subjective, but at the end of the day, like Dick Grayson is the Robin. You know. Damian Wayne is the Blood Son, and you know Jason Todd is basically the opposite of Batman. But Tim Drake is cool, but I want them to build up to it if they use him. You have a lot of cats. That was a cool line. Oh, thank you for the 279, Bryce. Cheers, thank you. I appreciate all the donations. I really do. Thank you. I tell you what. Let me play you. Let me play you something. Let me play you. I need some more things. Let me just put.
Hello there.
There you go. I need some more videos. What do you think of what I said? You said, let me scroll up. I'm more looking forward to the Batgirl movie because of Michael Keaton being Batman and Brendan Fraser being Firefly. Yeah, okay. I mean, in terms of the Batgirl movie, I'm not really feeling it myself. If you're looking forward to it,
why I'm not watching it is because of the same people that made that stupid show. Batwoman is directing the strip. I have a hard no on that one.
Yeah, like, I mean, I'm sure the Batgirl could surprise everyone. It could be good, but but you know, hey, again, it's all subjective. Like, if it comes out and then you enjoy it, that's the main thing. That's more important.
As long as you enjoy it.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all that matters.
I'm not, you know, rushing out to go. This is that thing of where I can't have too much thrown at me at once. You know, it's like, as much as I love Marvel, sometimes it can get a bit too much. Where it's like, you know, like, let's just take one thing, soak it in, enjoy it, and then go to the next. But it's like, no, you gotta have 5 of this and 10 of that. It's like, whoa, like, steady on, just, you know, hit the brakes just a little bit. Doing Batgirl before you even got Batman sorted. What the hell's wrong with you?
Like, as far as like the little Venom thing that Batman injected himself with, I think it might be a little bit of the Lazarus Pit / Venom from Bane.
They might use that as the origin for it.
Yeah, because let's be honest, Batman was dead. Like he was dead as a doorknob, dog. Like,
dude, I love that scene so much. When he injects that stuff into himself, he's like, I'm like,
but you saw the rage. That's what happens when you do the Lazarus pit. Like once you come out of it, you're going crazy. Like
the Lazarus pit also like is a tool, and you know, don't mean to use the Batman line. It's a tool, but it enhances what you already have within you, and the whole movie. There are so many credit to Robert Pattinson, man. Fucking killed it with saying literally nothing. There was about 5 or 6 times that I counted where he wanted to physically destroy someone in front of him, and he couldn't. He was holding back. You could see, like in his eyes, that he wanted to do it.
Yeah.
So he's holding all that in, bottling up, and that brings not just the inner rage up, but that rage too. And he was pummeling that. Like I was like, damn, Hawk and Brooks over here. What the damn? And it wasn't like it was in the opening where it was just like it was like it was like basically smashing his face to a pulp. God dang. But yeah, I really enjoyed the movie. I think it sets up. I think
Robert really surpassed everybody's expectations.
For sure.
Oh yeah, for sure. He did good. I love the detective part of Batman or whatever. I love the detective part. I didn't really care much for the Riddler's part, but like I love the detective part of Batman. Like that's why I just still rated as an 8 out of 10. Go like just
I was so happy that they were doing that. I was like, yes, because they only touch upon it in like other movies. They don't really show it much.
Yeah,
they usually just show him like sat at a desk pushing buttons. I'm like, I want to see him getting into it.
Honestly, if they didn't have the detective part, I probably would have made it like a 7 out of 10. But they had the detective part that kept the interest. And I gotta keep on reminding myself that this is year 1 Batman, year 1, year 2. So I can't be like too critical on him. There was like a lot of things where I'm just like, all right. I can't be too hard. Yeah. You gotta remember, let's dial it back. It's year 1 and 2. I'm
also,
trying.
There's room for evolution as well. Like
year
like
2 Riddler, Batman.
Characters like the Riddler can evolve over time. You probably will see him become like more green, holding a green cane and stuff. Like when he gets looking like that, holding a green cane and all that stuff down the line. But I think this was just to lay the foundation for. So when he's on screen, you're like, oh shit, it's the Riddler.
Yeah,
shit's gonna go down.
Now, in my opinion, I would have used the Penguin in the Mob family instead of the Riddler. Like, I liked that approach. Like,
they could still do more of that because they've got like the power vacuum now with Falcone being bumped off, so they could open that up.
Dude, because like my Batman the animated series was going through my head. I was saying, man, they could use Tony Zuko, the one that killed Robin's parents. Like he's getting in the turf war. You got Rupert Thor like coming in, like, and you can like he's trying to take over the turf of Gotham, and then that sets up Harvey Dent for Two-Face.
He's definitely coming in the next one. They've set that up,
and so. That's why I say, like, man, I think they should just straight up do like the turf war instead of like straight up villains, in my opinion. I mean, like I said, didn't care for the Riddler, but I'm more interested in the Penguin now, like, because
it looks like I thought that a few years ago.
Yeah, if you was to tell me that the Penguin, I'll be interested in Penguin. I'm like, no, thank you. But now this Penguin right here, this Italian mobster Penguin, I like it. I like it.
Not to mention, like, it's just you can see like Colin Farrell just like there, shot like this. Like when you see, it's like I see you under there.
Open your eyes.
And then RJ, like old man RJ is like, open your eyes.
Old man RJ. It's definitely be RJ when he's older.
Think about this, man. Like you have. And then like it's not really the mobsters that are running the town. It's like the actual two big gangs is the Coder Owls and Ra's al Ghul and the League of Shadows, bro.
Yeah.
Like they're actually using villains against villains. If that makes sense.
I love that.
That's how I feel like it should go down.
I always loved the character of Batman because the villains, they don't all get along. some of them like work against
They
each
hate
other,
each other.
and very rarely do we see a film because it's very hard to do when you have multiple villains. Because usually the way stories are designed, you have the protagonist against the antagonist. But the way this film does it is you have antagonists. And Batman has a problem with all of them, but they have a problem with each other. Like as soon as Falcone's turned in, or Simmons from Sector 7 Transformers, you know, Penguin's like, you. I was like, and I'm like, yes, I love that.
Yeah,
they don't like each other. It's a business deal, isn't it?
Because like even in Batman the animated series, they could not stand each other. Like Penguin couldn't stand Two-Face, Two-Face couldn't stand Penguin, Joker didn't like Two-Face.
It's all one big oatmeal.
Yeah.
Take it easy, sweetheart.
Take it easy, sweetheart.
When the Batmobile showed up, I was like, was it just me? Or did it feel like the Batmobile was the love child of the original design of the Batmobile with a Dodge, like Dom's Charger,
the Dominic Toretto Charger
with Knight Rider? Like, didn't
I like this
Batmobile.
I like this.
It looked like Knight Rider as well. Like,
you know what? I already liked it, but the fact now you brought up Knight Rider, and I love that car, man.
It was
just made this car even more badass.
It's got that red thing on the front. I was like, oh, it sounds like a Charger. Right, like Dom's.
This is the love child. If all those cars had, do it, that's literally the car they're producing. This one.
Yeah.
When we first saw it, and when that sound blast through the speakers.
You know what? Basically, to achieve this car, you would need to go throughout the multiverse and get Dom, get his inspiration, get Kit.
Batman was a huge fan of Fast and Furious.
You think they should bring back Morgan Freeman to like the maker of the Batmobile, like setting it up for the actual one?
They could do. I mean, they haven't introduced Lucius Fox. They'll definitely bring him down the line.
Yeah, they haven't. Actually.
This is why, with them starting out small, you have characters like Riddler, Joker, Hush, Deadshot, Bane that aren't technology kind of people. And then down the line, you have people who are more technologically advanced, and that's when you bring Lucius Fox.
Yeah.
That way you upgrade Bruce's tech as he goes, and maybe you could get like an armored Batmobile down the line or something,
And another villain that I want to see in this universe.
That much down the line,
I kind of want to see Scarecrow, bro. Like this
Scarecrow is built for this universe. He's built for it.
Yeah,
Scarecrow would fit so well with the way Matt Reeves does the whole. Like, look at how he did Joker. Like, he would be. I mean, Scarecrow would be the next logical step, I think.
Let me get a nice juicy picture of him.
The reason why I say this, because I think they're setting it up for him to actually say that classic line, "I am vengeance. I am the night. I am Batman." Because that was like in one of the episodes. If they go back to that specific episode where he accepts who he is, because like he you never hear him say that. You never hear him say that he's Batman. If you were like watching the whole entire movie until the end,
he's kind of become Hope, but he hasn't fully got on that train yet. Oh, Killer Croc would be cool down the line.
Killer Croc,
I totally agree.
Yeah, Killer Croc. Yeah,
they have to do at some point.
Yeah, but I think like you do it, you split it in segments. So like phase one, you have like characters like Riddler, Joker, that kind of stuff, like people that the average person could be. Phase two, you go a bit more supernatural. You start bringing in Poison Ivy, Killer Croc. Maybe phase
they need
three,
a structure
start
to it,
bringing
like
in technological people.
Yeah, like
there's each phase is kind of different. And that way you see Batman evolve and have an evolution, because I really want to see I would like 20 movies in this universe if they're done right. Like, I really think there's so much potential here. It's so good. Like, it's a few little nitpicks here and there,
in the Matt Reeves universe.
In the Matt, I need a clip of RJ saying that just to play that over.
I think just imagine 6 or 7 films of a franchise for Batman that we've been wanting for so long.
Yeah. And there's enough Batman to go around. Like, this doesn't have to be your Pacific Batman or whatever.
Plenty of Batman.
It's pretty much Batman to go around. So it's to the point to where like you can't really it's to the point to where you can't really complain anymore. Like you can just pick one or whatever.
Yeah. To me, it's just it's just like a more realistic, edgier Nolan universe. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like Chicago.
With the comic nods in there, like for the people that want some of the comic elements in there, this universe has it. Yeah. And then you still got some realism too towards it. So the Batman prequels, yeah, pretty much.
But I think, even though that's like canon, like they've got to save that for way down the road. Like it's way too soon for that. Save it for way down the road.
Honestly, in this universe, I kind of don't want any new super. I don't really want any.
I want the focus on Batman and the Bat family.
Yeah, I just want the Bat family in this particular one. No offense to Superman and Green Lantern. Let Zack Snyder and James Gunn take care of that universe, and Matt Reeves does his own
in the
James Gunn universe. Yeah. Let them do the Justice League, Peacemaker, all this stuff over there, and then let Matt Reeves just do his own project. And it looks like David Ayers might be getting his own projects too on the side. You're actually like DC is actually starting to have a full
multiverse thing. Like I know Marvel are doing it at the moment, but it's mostly like celebration and rebooting of they're rebooting Defenders, X-Men, and Fantastic Four with it. But DC are kind of using it as a big kind of thing where everything's all kind of somewhat connected, even CW shows, unfortunately. They're
starting to build the foundations or whatever.
Yeah. There's a fly in my room.
The foundation.
But yeah, they've got a lot of potential, a lot of potential. So if you prefer Batfleck, that's fine. Like that's subjective. That's subjective. But like I think objectively, this is the most true, authentic Batman that's ever been put to screen, ever.
It's so subjective. Like the Batman debate is like the Spider-Man debate. Who's your favorite Spider-Man?
Yeah,
there's people that hated Tom Holland the moment he entered. And there's people that love Toby. There's people that love Andrew. And then there's people that love Andrew all of a sudden, even though he was always good.
Yeah. That's basically it. You guys, that's what I'm saying. Like, honestly, when I see Bell Bat fans and Patterson fans and Affleck fans be going at it, I just sit back. Hey, I'm a Val Kipner fan. I just want to see.
I ain't got no meat in this fight. My meat's at the table.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, hey, that's Doc Holliday, man. That's my boy right there.
Hey, I actually rewatched that the other day. You know what?
What, Tombstone?
No, Val Kilmer. Yeah, extremely.
I'm gonna rewatch it soon.
Underrated. Extremely underrated.
Because my mum said the same thing. She said he was like one of the best.
He is. Like, it made more money than Michael Keaton. By the way, you could go look those numbers up. I'm just saying. I'm not going to.
My mum doesn't like the Michael Keaton ones. I just don't think she's a Michael Keaton fan, but she knows like those old Batman films better than I do.
It's like I watched all. You guys don't understand. Hey, I like Adam West too. He's cool. I mean,
Adam West is cool, but that's just cartoony.
Yeah, I don't put him in the same bracket as these guys. Like he's in a bracket of his own. Like
he's in his own bracket of his own.
Like what is this? Why is he doing that? What's he doing that for? No.
But I love that. I love that Batman too because like it's like cheesy.
Like the Japanese Spider-Man. Like you can't sit there and tell me you watch that with such seriousness. Like this is like, top level comic book
right here,
dude. Sometimes I put on the Adam West Batman if I just need a laugh, bro. Like, I mean, it serves its purpose. Like, that's how
it does exactly what it sets out to do. You know?
Yeah.
It does exactly what it sets out to do.
And because of Adam West, you got like he actually made a parody of Batman to where people actually copied the Adam West Batman in certain cartoons. So that's what I was just saying. Like, you got to give him his.
To get to this Batman right here, each Batman has brought something to the table that led us here. Even though DC had it in front of them the whole time, and they waited 50 years to do it right. Each Batman's brought something to the table that got us, including Adam West.
I mean, Adam West bought the campiness. Adam West bought the campiness. Keaton, he brought the serious dark element. I mean, Val Kilmer, he like mixed his Batman up with both of those.
Nolan brought
George Clooney, he's the ugly child that no one talks about, but hey, he's still. He bought his ice puns. Then you got Bill Batman.
They all bring something different to the table. So.
Realism. Ben Affleck bought Punisher, and now Robert Pattinson is
fair, I'll say this, as much as Robert Pattinson doesn't kill people, which is true. Batman doesn't kill, it's like cross that line, don't uncross it, and that's what sets up Red Hood so perfectly down the line. But earn it, DC. Don't fucking put it in there haphazardly. I know Ben Affleck kind of accidentally killed people in the warehouse and stuff. But the fighting in this and that are very reminiscent of Arkham. They're very similar.
Yeah.
Very similar.
I mean, honestly, this is just me. Like, if they was to get into a fight, I'm picking Affleck's Batman because he just doesn't.
Affleck, yeah. Affleck, for sure. I mean, come on. Like, out of all the Batman, Affleck's taken down Superman. Adjusting for plot, it's Martha. Why did you say that? Damn it, King. Damn it, sake! You put that omen out there now. I'm now worried about the Kenobi show. Damn it, man.
Padme.
It's just
why did you say
there are
that
similarities, even from Batfleck to Robert Pattinson. They're there,
Yeah.
But everyone's like, yeah, I need to be on this team because it's my team and it means everything to me. It's like, no, just calm down,
dude. Like I said, there's enough Batman to go around.
Or if you're like extremely nuanced individuals, such as myself, Kevin Conroy.
Yes. The voice of Batman.
Absolute legend.
I am the knight.
And also there was a guy, Kevin Porter. Was it Kevin Porter?
I think, yeah, I think so. I think Jason O'Mara voiced Batman as well.
Who played Batman Brave and the Bold's voice? Because he's pretty good too.
Hang on, Batman voice actor, Brave and the Bold. I think it was wasn't it? Damn, Jesus! I haven't watched that show in years. I remember I used to watch that all the time. He was voiced by Diedrich Bader, I think. No.
Yeah, he's the voice of Batman in the Harley Quinn show. Like, he's good, man. Like, that's it's like a cartoon parody, but like it's funny. Like it's not supposed to take serious. Batman if he smoked weed. Yeah, I mean, hey, this is the first time I say it. Smoking weed is the understatement. How about every day?
It's just the randomness of it. It's just
like 2 cigarettes.
I love it. But we've gone through a great journey, to get here to this Batman. So, we are here. Oh, dude, that was actually sick. I love that part.
Oh yeah, the at the end of the movie with he's taking on Val Kilmer. Val Kilmer's taking on Jim Carrey's Riddler. He says, "Yeah, I like that part too."
Which part, Bryce? I don't think Pattinson accidentally killed anyone. Which part? I mean, there might have been moments when, like, in any Batman.
I mean, if you're killing, if you throw the people inside the water while it's electricity, I mean.
But to be fair, like, most of them, like, he actually saved most of them. Like, even though he beat the shit out of them, he still managed to hang them from the top of it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, if one guy had fell in the water while it was electric.
The 1 or 2 that probably died were probably because the other guys were trying to shoot Batman. Like, but I think what I like about it is it's an accidental death. He didn't intend for it to happen, and he'll save them if he can. Batfleck would have been he would have been like, fuck off, go die. He wouldn't have cared. He'd be like, here, let me help you. Down you go. Oh man, but yeah, this is great. This is great. I love this. This is brilliant. Oh, we have something to put up on screen.
His name's Kevin Porter. I haven't seen him yet, but I guess he did a couple of short films.
Hang on, I think I know this guy.
Kevin Porter.
There's one Batman that a lot of people have in the fandom really want to see. You guys know Scott Adkins, right?
Seeds of Arkham and Batman Legends.
Do you guys know Scott Adkins?
That was a short film in 2006. I know what you're on about.
Scott Adkins. I haven't seen him.
If you look up Scott Adkins as Batman, because he's like a stuntman. He knows martial arts very well, and he's kind of got the look. And he could play Batman so well, like especially if you want to get specifics into action, like he would be amazing for it. And he's kind of got the stature. He'd
be perfect.
He would be great in the Nolan films.
Oh yeah, he'd be fantastic. He'd be great.
Yeah, a lot of fans have always wanted him to get the chance to play Batman, but I just don't think he's got the acting right now to play him.
Yeah,
I feel like there's actors. He does better on the action, but in terms of acting, I think there's actors that are obviously that could do it better. But it'd be cool if he did like a side film, or if he did a series and he played it. It'd be really cool.
Oh, that's sick. That'd be so cool. But I suppose we can. Now we're at the hour mark. We can probably transition into our next segment. But yeah, like this universe, there's a lot of great potential here. They just have to not screw it up. You know.
So this is sort of like the second part of the segment on DC.
Right.
So, in my opinion, after Robert Pattinson and Matt Reeves do their universe, Jacob, do you believe that we should get the Batman Beyond movie in this universe that should be coming up?
Well,
I'm kind of getting tired of the Cape Cow. I need a new.
Wait, in the Matt Reeves universe?
No, I'm talking about like overall in DC. You think we deserve a Batman Beyond movie now?
I mean, this is where I would have had sorry Darius if you're watching, bro. I mean, I would have just done Michael Keaton, for the Batman Beyond movie, for that whatever, but they went and decided to put him in Flash. So I think if this universe has its cards played right, change the background to it. If this universe has its cards played right, then essentially, I think that means Bruce Wayne is in a good space where we can open the door for Terry McGinnis down the line. But I think first things first, just focus on building this universe. Don't, it'd be like trying to focus on Andrew and then bringing in Top. It's take your time with this Batman, work with this Batman. And then when you've got this Batman to a good foundation, then maybe we can look at Terry McGinnis and other kind of avenues. Because with something like Terry McGinnis, I feel like you can't do with him what you can with Bruce Wayne. With Bruce Wayne, you can do 20 odd movies. With Terry McGinnis, it's 1, 2, maybe 3 at max, and that's it. Depending on the story you're telling. So I think when they do it, it's got to be done at the right kind of time. But potentially Michael Keaton could be involved still, and it also depends on who plays him. But potentially down the line for me.
Honestly, in my opinion, for playing Old Man Bruce, I know this is a hot take, but I say Clint Eastwood.
He could play a seasoned Bruce.
Old Man Bruce.
Seasoned Terry McGinnis. He could play him well.
Cause he got the grumpiness. He looks like he hates kids.
He's that guy that sits on the porch, that one in Walking Dead season 6, the one that everyone called Porch Dick, where he's like that. He's like the old man that sat on the lawn. Get off my lawn, that kind of dude. Yeah, it's not a bad casting choice, that.
And I also kept on hearing that Clint Eastwood was supposed to play Two-Face in the 1966 Batman series, but it got canceled or something, allegedly. Y'all guys could probably look that up or whatever. Yeah.
I mean, They could definitely do it down the line. I mean, with the way the multiverse kind of thing is now, I mean, like Into the Spider-Verse for Marvel, you've got like old man characters in there, so it is possible. But it just depends on. It really depends on DC, because in my opinion, Peacemaker, they're winning. Batman, they're winning. Like, let's keep it going. You know, I don't want them to. I mean, well, they were winning until they pushed all their movies back.
Well, I think the reason why they are pushing the movies back is because like they're about to basically, can't believe this, restore the Snyderverse, but
I mean,
because like
it's like
at this point,
you guys the other day with the Green Lantern thing. I mean, hey, if I wouldn't mind seeing it, even if it's one off, I wouldn't mind seeing it.
I was about to say, because you have to get permission with that logo from Warner Brothers to, you know, because that's their property. You got to get permission to put that stuff out. So that's why I'm just saying, like, I'm like 85% sure that they're about to do
I think it's well established now that DC's kind of like approach to damn, a great Two-Face. Aquaman. I mean, hopefully Aquaman 2, they really sort of drive, because I love the soundtrack to that movie, and Black Manta. I hope they do more.
I liked the Aquaman, the first movie. I thought it was pretty okay.
I mean, they're walking out the water to Pitbull. I was like, okay, what the hell is this? Like, get this out of here. But Black Manta in that movie, I was like, oi.
Yeah.
Sick. Yes.
Yeah.
And then the guy that plays him, Yahya Abdul-Mateen, I think, is it?
He's amazing, bro.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Brilliant. And the guy that was playing his dad, I was like, yes, that's perfect casting. And
yeah,
I'll get back onto DC's approach, but maybe we could have this for a future thing. Is I think in Aquaman 2, bringing it full circle, the way Aquaman left Black Manta's dad for dead, he's going to do the same thing to our boy Boba Fett, leaving him for dead. Calling it early. Second act of your 3-act play. It's got to happen.
That's a good shout.
That's a good one.
I'm good.
That's a good one.
I'm gonna steal it.
Yeah. Well, take a picture, write it down, tweet that. It'll last longer.
He's like, no.
It's going in the book.
It's like DC's probably saying, like, they know. Like,
I swear to God, if I see articles pop up on Google tomorrow on my feed going, oh my God, you know,
his guy's onto us.
Can't be true. They're like, oh, I swear.
They tune into the streams. I tell y'all, man, they tune in the streams. They know what they're doing.
They do know. I mean, it could very well not happen. They might want to keep that kind of light-hearted tone with it, but I think, you know, if you want to bring like King Orm and Aquaman closer together, you got to give them something to, you know.
Yeah.
But I think the way DC, you know, just to link it all back, you know, in terms of the Terry McGinnis stuff, I think the way DC are approaching stuff now is the right way. Like, I think they've done too much damage to try and go back to an MCU formula. It's not going to work for them.
Yeah,
so what
they need to do their own thing.
Is do their own thing.
That's the main thing.
And I think with Marvel, the thing about multiverse in Marvel is I don't want it lasting forever because it could potentially taint the main storyline if they keep overusing it. But exactly. It's good to celebrate stuff like for a good phase or two and have a bit of fun. But for DC, I think DC are in the opposite bracket where they can fully embrace the multiverse. Like, you know, you could have different versions of characters. You know, you could, because they even canonize stuff too. As much as I have my issues with the CW, one thing I'll give credit to the Arrowverse for doing is I think it showed DC that people are actually interested in multiple properties and, you know, connecting stuff. Like, even if it was haphazardly done, like Smallville or whatever, it could be their main route.
Because my thing is this. Like, I just want to see the last two movies of Zack Snyder. I want to see those movies. Yeah. Because I just want to see Darkseid.
It was.
Because Shazam was pretty good. I like the Shazam.
We will use.
I want to see Darkseid, dude. I want to be able to see the Teen Titans.
Shazam.
Like, you know, just imagine like in the final Justice League movie where you get the Teen Titans, you got the Justice League and the Suicide Squad taking on Darkseid, bro.
Oh, oatmeal.
Oh, that's what I'm just saying. Like, that could be potential.
Oh,
like, because like basically because they already have like the scripts out for number 2 and 3, but like Zack Snyder's supposed to be changing it anyway. But like he basically just said like the third one is basically the whole entire world becomes Justice League. Oh, Darkseid beats Thanos 10 times out of 10.
They've changed that ending so many times.
Yeah.
Instead of like everyone's like, oh, maybe they should replace Martian Manhunter with Green. No.
Bring them all in.
Bring them all in. All of them.
All in.
All of them.
But that's what. But Zack Snyder said he wanted Jon Stewart's Green Lantern first because that's who he wanted to bring him to introduce Darkseid to Batman. But the studio said no. DC be incompetent. They said no because they're gonna make a Green Lantern show that they never done.
That's just perfect, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, with that understanding, then now that they were originally going to bring in Jon Stewart, bring Hal Jordan in down the line. Come on, get a buddy cop series in there. Give it ideas, DC.
Do it.
It makes sense. Falcon and Winter Soldier, but in space. Come on.
Jacob and me.
But you've got Martian Manhunter that's now taking his spot. But what they could do is maybe change that where both of them are in.
Yeah. I think that's
what's going to reaction, King. Mate. You were like, man, we could have had 3 black superheroes.
We could have had 3 black superheroes. DC, you WB, you're being incompetent.
Yeah, they could have had Jon Stewart. Big one.
Because Jon Stewart was supposed to be the last.
Look at this guy coming in eating oatmeal.
I mean, we were just talking about black superheroes that we could have had 3 of them in Zack Snyder and RJ Fox.
RJ coming in like Sam from Captain America. Give us a little speech.
Yeah. So basically, we were basically saying like it's all like a bit of a DC segment. So we were touching on like Terry McGinnis and DC's approach to the way situations are now. And you're eating again. Well, hang on. Quick side note. What are you eating?
Oatmeal.
Spaghetti lasagna.
Oh, you
oatmeal.
Oh, so I was basically saying that they got Jon Stewart as like an alternate thing that got scrapped for Martian Manhunter. But what they could do is this could be a blessing. Have both.
Yeah.
And then bring Hal Jordan in down the line and get James Gunn on that. Falcon and Winter Soldier in space. Like, come on.
Power Rangers in space.
And I think, what I was also like
doing the comparison of. Who's going to do this?
Huh?
Who's running, like, if they were to do this, who's running it?
It's going to be Zack Snyder. It's his last 2 movies.
No, hang on. Hold on. Context and nuance, please. You let the man fulfill his vision, and then that's it.
You can fulfill it all right.
But here's what we need to do. The 2 extremes, right? Okay, this is important. With Marvel,
that's not Zack Snyder.
They have to be very careful.
Get up on your Christian.
Because it can potentially screw things up in the MCU because it's quite a linear story.
Christian, where you are?
Hey,
so I don't.
Zack Snyder did. Zack Snyder pulled a fast one on. Zack Snyder did the ultimate pulled the fast one. He made a black dude the main movie. I mean, made the main hero in his superhero movie. He fooled Warner Brothers, dog. So I salute him.
I mean, I think DC should fully embrace the multiverse because if they try and go back to a linear style of storytelling, they can't do it. They just can't. And I think what separates DC and Marvel's characters is Marvel's characters. You can interconnect quite well with DC,
and they're more relatable too.
And they're more, But with DC's characters,
integrate them better.
It's like Marvel's characters are more integrated better, as you said there. But DC's characters, it's so hard to integrate them unless you jump 10 years ahead when they're all seasoned and they're already in the Justice League because there's so much connective tissue. So I think maybe DC should fully embrace the multiverse and just go all in, and. Look, I mean, don't get me wrong. As I said earlier on, I don't know if you heard it, but Robert Pattinson, he was showing some Batfleck vibes in that movie too. He didn't kill anyone, but when he was beating people up, I'm like, damn, there's that element of Batman's brutality there.
Well, I'm not saying
but I do understand your worry that the Snyder fanboys, will, be, off at the idea of it, but.
Well, they already are.
Yeah. And the Snyder fanboys, look, I like Zack Snyder. I like his directing approach. I think his movies are visually beautiful. Like the cinematic language on screen is disgustingly beautiful. I love it. BVS's opening is one of my favorite openings to any movie ever. Like the rest of the movie, not so much. The opening, however, like when you've got the flashback of the parents getting killed and you've got young Bruce running in the forest, then you've got the world introduced to Superman. Bruce is running into rubble as it's falling down. Like, that's sick. And then Hans Zimmer scores blasting and but you know, let the man fulfill his vision, and then that's the end.
He only wants to just do his last two movies. So
yeah,
I don't see
his last two movies out.
I mean, I just don't think it's going to be like what people think. Like, I think it's a pipe dream to get Ben Affleck back. I don't see it happening. He's already I think he's.
Yeah, he'll be using the Flash movie to basically move on.
Yeah, like he even said like the Flash movie is like the best Batman work he did, and that's like. But I mean,
much. Honestly, if you're gonna restart the universe anyway, it doesn't even matter if Ben Affleck is Batman or not. Like people just want to see the last phase.
Oh yeah, but I'm just saying. People need to leave him alone. Like let him live his life.
Yeah, for sure. Let him rest. But I mean, you know, you could use the English, Jacob. You could use his end credit scene with Martian Manhunter to basically, or the Flash movie to basically set up Michael Keaton to take his space.
Ugh.
Well, They even said,
I know Michael Keaton is a bit of a 50-50, and in terms of stacking up to Ben Affleck's Batfleck, like in terms of live action Batman, he's probably the best.
Now they're saying there's rumors saying that's not.
I mean, I'm cool. I like the old. I think he could pull off the old man Bruce Wayne.
Yeah,
I like that.
Like what you could do is literally maybe have him in a fight scene here or there, but for Zack Snyder's vision, maybe you could literally just have him as the guy in the chair.
Yeah, like I had no problem with Michael Keaton as Batman. It was also the script and the movies. It wasn't him as Batman. I think he did a great job.
It's why should I worry?
Why should I? Yeah, it's Billy Joel, Bruce Wayne. I mean, come on, he stole that. But
yeah,
I just think that what DC is
bunch of lights out. You want to get nuts?
Come on. I agree. Yeah, let Zach do his vision, but it's just like with this whole multiverse thing, they're doing it as a way to like.
It's to cover up,
not fix. Like they're doing it in a way to fix your universe.
Yeah.
It's incompetence, is what it is.
Yeah.
It's incompetence.
It was stupid. It was stupid how they
DC is not. Not good.
No, I was just saying it was stupid on how like most of the higher ups wouldn't let the directors do their stuff. So that's why I'm just saying the reason why we're in this predicament is if you just let the people do what they need to do and let them do their job.
Yeah,
we wouldn't have all these problems. We wouldn't have to be restoring stuff.
And this is another thing is there you go. Everyone do that.
Yinka, you're letting us down.
Yeah, you can go do it. There you go. But basically, like the streaming wars are in full force. And I think this is the deciding factor more than anything is, as soon as Marvel was finished up with Disney Plus, they were like, okay, Star Wars is back. As soon as Star Wars is finished, they're back with Marvel. Like it's streaming services are now competing, against each other.
Yeah.
I think the likelihood of Zack Snyder stuff continuing, it's possible. Hell, you could even. This is why, like with Marvel, you could see an Amazing Spider-Man 3. You could see a Spider-Man 4 because it of the money aspect to it in terms of business. Now,
I think it will
not agree with it all the time, but because of the streaming service wars, that's where the bulk of the money is now for these.
He has all the leverage in the world now because this movie's still number one on that streaming service. So
yeah, mofo.
I say you give it to him.
And I just want to see Henry Cavill's Superman just fucking dark side.
Yeah, dude.
Where is Man of Steel 2? Hold on, I need to. Where in the hell is Man of Steel 2? Where is
it's up your ass?
On the shelf.
Where's the Man of Steel trilogy?
Dude, Can you just imagine? Where they're shown like the last part of Justice League 2, when they're showing like Henry Cavill's Superman like taking the anti-life equation and bowing down to dark side because he's mad at Batman for killing Lois Lane, bro. Like just that scene right there, bro.
I just want to see Henry Cavill get like honestly, DC, like, okay, come on, like Henry Cavill.
Why are they playing around, bro?
He understands the character. He likes playing the character. People like him as the character. What are you doing?
What are you doing?
I swear to God, they better say, "Oh, hey, Man of Steel 2 in the works." You know, they better. Because
the new CEO says that he wants to go back for making Batman and Superman the pinnacle of WB.
So do you get Henry Cavill?
So we can all get the absolute, undisputed, real cut. Damn right.
Oh God. No.
The real cut.
Man.
You okay, sir?
Fucking all over the microphone.
I just wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, we could have.
Shaq still.
I say just let him fulfill his vision, you know? Let him finish it off.
Oh, God. That's funny.
Let him do it so we can get rid of these.
I mean, and that means we got to prepare for the Aya cut. That's not the real cut. You know, we got to prepare for all that now as well.
Honestly, like I'm intrigued with the Aya cut now too, because the way he was talking in the interview, he said like, "Hey, that ain't the real movie that they showed. They took out almost half my movie out of my screen." So
to be fair,
like, okay, let's give him a shot, like, because you never know, because it could be a masterpiece or whatever.
There are parts of that, like, despite it being a bad MTV video, like there are parts of that movie that I do enjoy. You know, I like when they break down the team members, like they have like dead shots, like guns, like listing, like all the guns that he has and stuff. Like I like that. That's pretty cool. But man, if it really is a whole different movie, then we'll probably end up seeing it.
Just stupid movies already. God damn.
But you know what, DC? Here's what you do. Stop sitting there straddling the fence, as Tori would say. Just finish it. Just give Zack Snyder his final 2 movies. Get this David Ayer cut out and then be done with it. Just so that way we can put this to rest and we can move on.
Yeah, and then DC fans won't be so salty about when Marvel gets successful and does good things, you know?
One and only.
Shots fired.
Because I know Zack Snyder is still a contract with Netflix.
Nah, I'm just saying generally. None of this toxicity.
If no one catch what I was doing now. It's like we can bury the Ayer cut, we can bury the Zack Snyder stuff, you know, we can bury it, put it out there, we can move on, and we can carry on with the
Matt Reeves universe.
There we go.
Good.
I think DC just needs to.
We are the.
They just need to rectify their mistakes.
We are the Matt Reeves.
Just make DC fans happy. That's all they want.
Just give the fans what they want. I think DC fans deserve.
Well, here's the problem: that DC fans, they don't even want to support other movies. Like it's basically
true. Yeah, but when some of those films are like Birds of Prey,
Batman movie.
When there's some Birds of Prey kind of films coming out, then I can understand. But listen, put me on full screen, Jacob. If you hate on the Batman, if you seriously hate on the Batman,
something's wrong with you.
You are justifying the Riddler. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yes. Yeah. You know what?
If you think the Batman's trash, not DC material, just shut the hell up, please. Just shut up.
You don't know the character.
You should hush.
You're damn right. You know, just to piggyback off of that, what the Batman does so well is what Scream 5 did. Is it addresses the lovely little contingent that go
your toxic fandom. Your toxic fandom.
You know, headbutting the damn tree.
Goddamn right.
Goddamn.
You know, like Pennywise is headbutting the glass. Spoiler. The glass in It Chapter 2 when he's about to, you know, and he's going pop, pop, pop like that. That's what it's literally like with these bloody nutcases on these weird forums and stuff where they don't go outside. They just sit there
and get some fresh air.
There was one Snyder fan on Twitter that's very toxic. Even he had to admit that it was good. Like he was struggling so hard to say something bad about it.
You just say that it's good. Like
The film was amazing.
No, he did, but he was trying to find reasons. I was like, "Oh, I see you."
You guys know I'm not a huge fan of George Clooney's like Batman. You know I'm not a huge fan, but I can say, you know what? All right, it exists. You know, it is what it is.
He's the best Bruce Wayne.
Yeah, and this wasn't a time when George Clooney was hot shit.
He's the best Playboy version of Bruce Wayne.
It was in the time when George Clooney was hot shit. You know, he was pretty much in everything. You know, so it made sense. But it's just like
Ocean's trilogy. Great trilogy, by the way.
It was good, but it was a. I mean, he's the best. That's the only thing I could give Batman and Robin is that he's the best Bruce Wayne. That's it. Like that's the only win that movie can have is like give him Bruce Wayne. Because the rest of the movie it was just.
Well, I'll say the only win that movie has is when the credits roll. That's the only win it has.
Damn.
I mean, it's true. Do you want to sit through that movie? Oh, you be my guest.
We need a big cave.
Wait.
I think the movie's just funny.
Wait, whatever. Which movie again? I zoned out. Which one?
Batman and Robin.
God.
What did you think I was?
No.
Jake, what did you think I was talking about?
Sorry, I've got like 3 different.
Very nice to see you.
It's just a good laugh movie. It ain't like not to be taken.
It's one of those movies.
Sure. It's funny, but it's still the best when the credits roll.
Everyone gets so caught up on whether a movie's good or bad, they forget the idea is to go and have fun. And as bad as Batman and Robin is, right, hang on, let me finish. As bad as Batman and Robin is, it's a good movie to watch with the lads, drunk commentary, and just poke fun at how god awful it is. Like it's one of them movies. That's it. And I think people forget that. Let me go full screen a minute. I think people forget. Right? I think people fuck off. We're not counting that. I think. I think people forget that. No, because the intention of the holiday special was completely different. That wasn't made to be a film. That was made to be a bloody thing that aired on TV on a Christmas morning or whatever. Don't bring that crap up. But some movies are meant to literally just enjoy, just for the sake of, hey, this is a bit shit. Look at this. Why should I worry? Why should I care? It's meant to be just.
It's just like what you be talking about the Fast and the Furious movies. They're not meant to be taken seriously.
No, not anymore. No, they're just meant to. You go there, you turn this off, you don't ask questions, and you just
family.
That's exactly how I feel about Batman and Robin. It's not meant to take seriously. Like I enjoy it for what it is.
And that cheesy music that plays, like that weird jazz music. Whenever Poison Ivy's on screen, that
I can't say it, but like the hub music.
Yeah, it's like she sat there trying to seduce Robin. She's like, "Hello, my little birdie," and then it's just going.
I was like,
it's like Billy Soul back there is like sat there with the bloody jazz band going.
Like that's Uma Thurman in her prime, though. Like, so I mean,
oatmeal prime.
Oh, man.
She has oatmeal bars, by the way. Poison Ivy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. She has some oats to be roasting.
They're all natural too.
It's factual.
It's actually factual. We actually looked this up.
If you type in Poison Ivy, just oatmeal baths to recover.
Wait,
seriously, Jacob, like share it on the screen. Show the people in this room.
Because we couldn't stop laughing. RJ, we were looking at it up. It's like,
oh yeah, we were.
We were dying of laughter.
Wait, I have.
What the?
I
actually forgot about that.
I couldn't stop laughing.
What, you mean this?
Oh my god, we got the same. No, we were talking about. It said it in the thing. We didn't see the photo, but we were just. It just said it in text, and we just couldn't stop laughing.
Wow. It's like when she seduced Batman and Robin, and she.
It was. I'll put it in the private chat.
Yeah,
it was the scene when she's talking to Batman.
Offline material, like.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you can all instill the context and nuance into what we're trying to say.
But overall, like we say, we just Just give us Batman Beyond. I mean, it's about time.
Just do it. You know, I mean, if DC are so incompetent that if we're waiting for a linear MCU type storyline where they build up to it, we're never gonna get it. So just give us it. Fuck it. Hey, Natalie,
just make it like a one-off or a two-off movie, 3-part movie, and
that's it. There you go.
Or if you don't even want to do a movie, just do a live-action show. Or whatever.
You know who would be good for directing? I think Sam Raimi would do a good job.
Yeah, we were talking about that. Yeah,
Sam Raimi, DC. Come on, DC. Look what we're doing.
Sam Raimi kind of hinted that he kind of does want to start doing Batman projects.
Snyder's vision, David Ayer's vision.
Can you imagine Sam Raimi and Matt Reeves work together?
I can see Sam doing the shows. I can see him doing that.
I'm sorry, but DC are going to be playing good then if they do that.
If they get Sam Raimi, if he does do a movie with this Matt Reeves thing, like he needs to take it. He needs to take Man-Bat. He needs to do Killer Croc, and he needs to do Scarecrow.
I mean, I can see them. The only way he's doing the movies is if Matt lets him like co-direct.
I understand. Calm down. I'm just saying, like, if he's gonna do these characters. Let him do the horror characters.
Right? We don't need Killer Croc doing this, right? You all ready? Because I like to get into character. I like to do impressions. You know, I like to get into character. Going, yo, like, yo, like, get that shit out of here. That's not Killer Croc.
You're like Jesse with that hoodie on, man. Jesse Pinkman. I want him on the counter.
He does actually.
I mean. Yeah, we need to get a serious Killer Croc. I'm talking about gangster Killer Croc, not no.
Okay, let's get Jamie Foxx.
Killer Croc. Where is it? Where is it? Let me find.
Play him the same as Electro.
Oh, this. I don't know if you guys have played the Arkham games, but to what those in the chat,
I love those.
Right? Where is
Arkham
it?
Games are lit.
This one right here. That.
Yeah.
Full on monster.
He looks like a lizard, but on roids.
Oh yeah, like it's another character that's basically
let Sam Raimi do these type of characters. Like I think he could pull it off.
And I mean, like the mission in the game when you're as Batman and you're in the sewer, like this is another character. It's like Lizard and Killer Croc, like DC Marvel. I see what you're both doing. But basically, you're walking on like these wooden boards, and you're basically avoiding Killer Croc, and he's trying to sense you. It's so literally scary and tense. I'm like, Christ, if they did that in a film,
Batman versus Killer Croc in that universe.
That universe is set with the opening of that Riddler. With that Riddler kill at the opening of the movie, with that kind of tone, with Killer Croc.
Oh, you're eating good there.
I like the intro to that movie. Like he just had the title and everything, and then, like, oh, dude, he just goes straight into it. He's like, no,
we're not good about it. It's old school. It's just okay. Literally, he doesn't waste any time. Like he doesn't do what we do nowadays. Like he doesn't do. He doesn't do all that malarkey. He just goes title card.
I like how the way I'll set this thing up is like if you get Killer Croc versus Batman, you have Bane in the shadows, bro. So he could take out Killer Croc like on the animated episode. What he did.
Oh, that would be sweet. That you said.
Just send a message to Batman like.
Oh, good job, King. Well, that's brilliant. I love that.
I told you, I know this character.
Bane and Killer Croc duking it out. Now that's Godzilla and Kong DC level. I love that shit.
No, what's gonna happen is Killer Croc is gonna get broken by Bane, bro. He did it before. It ain't pretty, bro.
Get Batista as Bane, please.
Then again,
I think that will happen.
In the James Gunn universe, you could get King Shark versus Gorilla Grodd.
Ooh.
The Flash did it, but it didn't. Yeah.
Han.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Han.
I'll play it again. Let me find it. Where is it?
And
there you go. Everyone put up your hand and point. And say 3, 2, 1.
and
oh.
Meanwhile, Viola Davis is saying, "Yes, that's your hand."
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a good point to maybe transition into our next
segment.
with Marvel. But yeah, like there's a lot of good potential for DC going forward. They're going to start winning now, which is good. And
just stick with Matt Reeves.
It doesn't mean, hey, Marvel's the best, it is the best, or DC is the best. Like, no,
enjoy both. For God's sake,
just stop being a toxic motherfucker.
Stop being a twat. Like, you don't have to be like, hey, Marvel's like, oh my god, it's
Once
like
again, it goes back to what we said in Cobra Kai. You can like both.
Yeah, it's not like a Tory thing.
Listen, you can like Sam and Tory.
It's like if one of us wins, we all win. You know.
Miguel and Robbie, me and Jacob have been saying that.
The real cut of all of this
is me and Jacob.
Yeah. Oh yeah, me too. And he was brilliant.
I'm pretty sure most people first time was seeing him in Harry Potter.
And I can't lie. When I saw him die as Cedric, man, I cried as a kid, man. I was traumatized. Like
that was graphic.
And then Dumbledore did his ending speech, and then all of a sudden we cut to a moment where Hermione's like, "Everything's going to change now, isn't it?" Yeah. And then it ends.
Yeah, it is.
I'm like, what the fuck? Don't end it there.
Oh yeah, we had a debate about Harry Potter at work today.
Ooh,
really?
Like,
what was the debate, Mr. Ray J?
Like,
you'll be there debating that for hours, like that.
Oh no, I won.
And speaking of just on a quick little side note of Harry Potter, the good thing about that is even though there's a different director for each, it still feels like each movie connects to the next.
Exactly, it doesn't feel different.
I agree.
So King Sensei MMA King Kreese Jr. King Shark. What is the next item on our agenda, Sensei?
No. All right, so we're gonna dive into Marvel territory.
Hey,
and so I kind of got this theory off of rewatching Black Panther about a month ago. It was I was kind of bored, as they say. But you guys remember when Killmonger threw T'Challa into the ocean, into the water, and then he's mysteriously just almost
so sick in that moment.
He mysteriously managed to still stay alive. Do you think because like the Wakandans keep on throwing like the dead bodies inside Atlantis in the Atlantis territory, you think that's what's gonna make them go to war most of the time? Like, do you guys see
there is potential for that, and I think
that's a good theory, man.
Things hadn't have panned out that way. I think the original intention would have been to have Namor and Panther go at it as like a land versus sea type battle.
Yeah. Like a civil war.
Yeah. But I don't think they'll do that like right away. I think they'll take their time with the Wakandan characters and then they'll set it up down the line. So they'll still do it, just not yet. But man, it's so annoying because and rest in peace to Chadwick Boseman once again and to Thunderbolt Ross, both of them. William
hurt, yeah.
It's heartbreaking because Red Hulk was like literally just about to be set up. And Black Panther was just getting set up, like fully set up. Like it's like second time, man. But a land versus sea battle would have been so good. Oh, it would have been so good.
Include Namor in there too.
Because I also have a theory that, and I told RJ this when T'Challa's barely like alive. I believe that Atlantean saved T'Challa, like gave him enough energy.
I remember we were talking about that.
Well, this is what we were saying before also is that, I think the way you introduce Namor is you actually have it pegged where maybe he saved Cap as well.
Ooh.
You haven't been in the whole shebang.
That would be amazing.
Because he'll be Neil makes sense too.
Yeah, like it's an Eternals level retcon to where it's like, when they couldn't interfere, it was because they weren't thought of yet. But they basically said because they were celestial, whatever. But this is a good retcon because there are moments in earlier MCU movies where you're like, so how did Cap get there? Like, well, we knew how he got there, but like how he got to one part, then how did Black Panther get to somewhere else? Maybe Namor got him.
Yeah. And like this is Namor, and Namor is just like mad at like the Wakandans for like taking most of the land up, and like he wants to conquer Wakanda and make it like a water state again. Cause like you go back.
Yo, why does Doctor Doom look like a Transformer?
I don't know.
It doesn't look bad though. It just looks cool.
They gotta get Doom right. Please,
don't bring Doom in here.
Listen, they need to do the people we were discussing last time for Doctor Doom. You know, I think we were all agreeing, like Adam Driver, for example.
Yes.
There's quite a few others actually. Cillian Murphy was one.
Yes.
Yeah, he'd be great.
Well, there was one of you guys said there was another guy. I can't remember his name.
I mean, I would really
play
like
Neymar though.
But I think with Neymar,
I thought Joe Taslim would have been a good shout, but they've gone this route because they've already cast him. Apparently, they've already cast him.
He'd be great.
I think Luke Evans would have done a great job.
Yeah, Luke Evans would have been cool.
You know that like Black Panther 2, like before like Chadwick's death, it had like out of any of the MCU projects, it had one like it was like Doctor Strange 2 at one point. Like it had so many rumors. Like you had Namor showing up, you had like Doctor Doom being set up in that movie.
I think Doom and Storm. They said that Storm was going to be in there. And they were going to do this whole thing with him having a kid with her and stuff, and loads and loads of rumors. I heard a lot about X-Men being tied in.
Black Panther 2 was basically Doctor Strange 2 before Doctor Strange 2 was. It had a lot of rumors, dude.
And they
you know what?
Do that
I think in a way, yeah.
They could still do it down the line. They just have to take their time.
Just to think about this now, do you guys think the reason why they're trying to double down on Doctor Strange 2 is because of what happened to Chadwick with Black Panther? Because after all of that, I mean, look, they've got like more of an aspect on the multiverse now. Because originally it was supposed to be more of a horror, but obviously creative direction didn't work out with Scott Derrickson. But do you think they're trying to really double down and perhaps with the reshoots, they were really trying to make sure that this film sticks? So, like, if you really don't like the new Black Panther, you're going to be like, well, Doctor Strange is great, you know?
Possibly, but I also think they're, like you said, Shimon, we discussed this, adding more cameos. That's probably like the number one reason.
Oh, no, that's what I'm saying. Like, they're doubling down.
Oh, yeah.
Make it really stick, like No Way Home, for example.
Like, I think, like, the thing about it is, like, before COVID, like...
Definitely cameos.
No Way Home, but No Way Home and, like, Doctor Strange 2, I think they were obviously going to connect, but with COVID, like, Kevin said, okay, I'm going to tell you guys it's going to connect to hold you guys over. Because apparently America Chavez, she was supposed to be in No Way Home. And she was bringing Toby and Andrew. And I think I don't know if she's going to be in Multiverse of Madness, but I mean, she is now, but I think that the thing is, like, I think with Sam Raimi, like, there was like a video of him, and he looked stressed out, like his hair was like all over the place. I don't know if you guys have seen that, but it's like a funny
thing about Quentin Tarantino's going to get like a coffee and the paparazzi are hassling him.
Wait, is it for Doctor Strange?
Yeah.
Wait, there's like a picture of Sam Raimi. Is this when he's like kneeling and he's pointing?
No, not that. Oh. It's like he did like a little press conference or like an offline thing, and someone took a picture of it, and it became like a meme, posted online, and they were like, "Sam Raimi looked stressed."
To be honest, it probably is stressful because it's like a very big. Sam Raimi has said, I think he said this in like an interview a while ago, that working with big studios can be very tedious.
Yeah.
They have, especially the MCU now. You have so much to work with. It's not so much just the director. You really have to get what the studio wants you to do. So it's probably very stressful.
Yeah, I think that with like what you're saying, I would like to have seen a what if version of T'Challa, but we can't get that now. But,
it's disappointing.
Like
it would have been nice to see, because they had plans with Chadwick even doing the T'Challa Star-Lord. They were going to do that as a series apparently. That would have been really cool, because like I love that
live action though too. Oh my god! Because I think
that was going to happen. I actually think if Chadwick was still alive, they might have done a cameo where Star-Lord T'Challa comes into Doctor Strange 2.
You know how much I want this. I think Captain Carter is coming in Doctor Strange 2. It's happening.
With all due respect to Captain Carter, but Chadwick as Star-Lord was way more interesting.
Oh yeah.
It was so different.
I love Peggy and all that, but
I'm saying like I think the what if characters are gonna be in Doctor Strange 2. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I think they will be. I don't know how many, but I think they're gonna tease that.
I just want to see Denzel as older.
I think they should.
Like we were saying, yeah.
Like
that's who I want.
Him or Digimon Hunsu. Like, I would really love an older version of the character, and I think having Denzel appear in it just brings it full circle to everything. Because you haven't got to be the smartest.
Him and Ted, they were like tight, bro.
Denzel, they were tight, and I think everyone would be okay with the idea of Denzel playing a multiverse character of Black Panther. That's
that'd be so dope.
Multiverse. It would be cool, and then it means Denzel doesn't have to stick around forever. He can just basically do this as a one-off and say, "Hey,
I'm in the MCU."
Give him a nod, like, "Hey, I was in."
Put him on get that whatever that Captain Marvel knockoff is. Get her the hell out of there, and then you put Denzel on that seat.
Seriously,
she's out of there.
Ooh, Denzel has
old man T'Challa.
Yeah,
you know what would be really cool to see in the MCU, but it probably will never happen. But never say never. I just said never.
If it's a one-off for the Illuminati, it could.
I would like to see Leonardo DiCaprio in the MCU, but it probably won't happen.
Well, they said didn't. I mean, if he was nearly Spider-Man at one point.
It's Leo, Jacob. Come on.
Can you imagine if he was a Spider-Man variant?
I know. I'm just saying, it's Leo.
Give him any B-tier character. You gotta give him.
If anything, if they want to do stuff like that, if they want to do cameos like that, like look at it. They put freaking Brad Pitt in Deadpool 2 as like a funny little cameo.
I don't care what it is at this point.
Doctor Strange 2, they could easily do that on a bigger level, and they still have like a 30-second minute of screen time. So like, why the hell not?
The rumored runtime for Doctor Strange 2 is 2 hours and 37 minutes. Apparently.
Doesn't sound bad. I remember seeing 2 hours. I was like, hell no, it better not be 2 hours.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I was like,
I think it was bullshit. I think someone was trying to start some craziness, some madness.
Like, going back to the war per se, like how would you see this like playing out? Like who will be the main character of this Black Panther 2 movie? Like
how you guys who's going to be the main character?
I think they've done a complete course correction. I don't think the war's happening at all. Like at least not yet. Like I think it would have. I think it was going to, but I think the way things have panned out, I think they've probably gone back to the drawing board and rewrote stuff.
I think they're going to be doing it much smaller.
Yeah, so this Wakanda Forever thing that comes out, I think it's going to focus on. You see, like those movies.
Who's going to be the new Black Panther?
Hell no. Where you focus, you focus like way down the line, or not at all. Like Jesus, hell no, not this soon.
No, I don't want that.
Movies or shows where you have like characters having these short stories in the film, and then it all culminates at the end of the film into a big thing.
Yeah,
something like that. And then maybe for like I don't know, Black Panther. Because to be fair, I don't. Wait, is it Black Panther?
Guys feel like I feel like the new film is going to essentially be like Falcon and Winter Soldier. Because I didn't have Steve in it. I feel like Black Panther 2 is going to operate like it's a series. In the sense of they're using the characters, but you don't have the main guy. Do you know what I mean?
No, I think
I hate to say it.
They'll still do.
That's how the new film is going to feel. It's going to feel like a Disney Plus series. I don't feel like.
Yeah, I have that same kind of feeling, but I think maybe they might actually still use T'Challa. Like, I think they'll require the blessing from the family and stuff, but we've seen it happen before with Walker and Fast and Furious.
If they still keep T'Challa in,
it's been done before.
T'Challa in, and they do the multiverse thing, I'm going to be happy because I don't want the T'Challa character to go.
I just don't want him to go. Like it.
What probably would happen is like they probably have to make it to a scenario where he's stuck in the suit and he can't take it off or whatever. Like he can never take off the suit or else he dies or something like that.
I feel like they could do something interesting like that, but it's going to be so hard to write around that. Then
unless you use Doctor Strange 2 to bring over the Denzel one.
I think that this movie, like I'm not expecting much, and that's largely because Chadwick's not going to be in it.
Yeah, like I feel like Iron Man without Tony. Like,
I feel like Ironheart being in the movie, I feel like it's going to be like you have like she's in the movie.
Wait, hold on, she's in this movie.
Yeah, she's in it. There were set images. I'm not hyped for Ironheart. I don't have any sort of hype for her. But, kind of feels like a Lashana Lynch, Captain Marvel type character. Not interested.
But
Miss Marvel, not interested.
Get the fuck out of there. Let the movie be on the Wakanda.
Apparently, I feel like it's gonna focus on I forgot the
Jesus, they
The
could
Dora
use
Milaje,
Ironheart.
Ironheart.
I don't
I'm
think
not hearing good things about it. That's what I'm getting at, and I'm not hyped for it.
If they make her a big deal in the film, that's going to be a big shit on T'Challa and
like this isn't the movie. Like the thing is, what screws them really badly here is at least with like when and I say this in context. But when Carrie Fisher passed, they still had a lot of footage that was unused that they could work around. Or Paul Walker, they had his brothers for Fast 7 or whatever. With this, they have literally nothing. Like there's literally
back all over.
Over.
It's not nothing been.
I don't envy them this task. Like when this, like they've obviously got an idea and a plan, but when it comes out, I think we should all expect this to not be that great. If they can do something and it comes out,
I'm not gonna blame them if
I'm not gonna grade. I'm not gonna grade it that hard. I'm just gonna. I'm automatically just gonna give it a 7 out of 10. And I
think the original. I'm just
gonna be real and not really. I don't think it's fair to give it a rating because
I think the original
hype was going to be
of
different.
If it was as you were saying, King, like it was a Wakanda versus Atlantis battle where you bring the Atlantis.
I think they were doing that,
and I think that was genuinely. I don't think Doctor Doom would have been in the fold. I think that's too much. Like
I think he would have been
maybe post-credit scene.
Like I mean,
he'd probably be the puppet master.
But you got to bring him in with the Fantastic Four. Like he hasn't been set up at all. Like you got to do it at the right time. But Namor 100%.
Yeah, he would have been there.
Because it's the perfect way to like do a kingdom battle, like land versus sea. Oh, that's sick. And then also it'll be one of them kind of movies that it opens the conversations of like land versus sea. That discussion.
The only way I can imagine them working around this film, if they don't have T'Challa in, is like I've said it before. They bring in the What If Killmonger, and perhaps he how the Watcher placed the Nat from the Ultron timeline where he basically won and he defeated the Avengers. He placed that Natasha in another universe that didn't have her anymore. They could do that with that Killmonger because in a sense they could redeem him. Although they left it very ambiguous. He's stuck with Zola in that little pocket universe.
They could just bring him back.
They could bring him back, and he could be like, the Watcher could say, like, I'm bringing you here because you need to serve.
That would be a good way to do it.
Either the Watcher or Doctor Strange.
They need a Black Panther.
Yeah, you can just keep it just like this, like, either the Watcher or Doctor Strange. It's
that
like
could
looking
be another
at...
reason why reshoots have happened. What if they're trying to interconnect Black Panther 2 with that as well? Because then that can set up that film very nicely.
Killmonger is the Black Panther of another
maybe just
universe
for this one-off film, and then the third movie, maybe Shuri gets it, or M'Baku, or whoever they decide to.
Or I keep on hearing there was another. They were saying that the king actually has a son, and they're like protecting him.
Oh no, that could be in the third movie. He becomes the king in that movie.
Yeah, maybe they use this movie to sort of bridge the gap a little bit, and then in the third movie, they bring the son in.
Or they could get you remember that little boy, that was playing basketball over there? The cutoff scene.
That actually, they could make it have more meaning,
Yeah, it's not. It's like that thing with Batman. It's like or Spider-Man.
Oh, can I just say? I remember when
who's under the mask, but
I remember when that kid came up. There was some idiots online going, "That's Miles Morales."
It's San Francisco people.
I was like, dude, we had Uncle Aaron in Homecoming.
That's a fully black kid right there, man.
The one thing I'll say about the MCU, right, is as much as the MCU does do some changes here and there, like Heimdall or other characters, for about 80% of it, they get them bang on to, the source material in terms of their look. That's not Miles.
That ain't him, man.
I'm sorry. He's the same color as me, bro.
I feel like that kid would play a great Static Shock.
He's Don Cheadle.
Miles Morales. It's like Miles Morales is there, not there.
What you can do is
this motherfucker right next to me. He should be playing Miles.
No, sorry. We're going to use an even better example. Like Miles Morales is there, not there.
Pretty much.
And Storm is there, not there.
Marvel, give me a call. Don't cast Jaden Smith, please.
Wait, what?
Oh, you didn't hear about that?
What?
Jaden Smith, that's Miles Morales.
No, you didn't hear about that, Jacob?
No, get the hell no.
Listen, that's gonna be the Karate Kid all over again.
No,
apparently
no. Jacob,
absolutely not.
Jacob.
No, it's gonna be a British actor. No.
I'm trying to explain to you. I'm trying to give you I'm trying to explain to you what happened.
He's
Hey, I don't even care if that character gets messed up.
This is why. No.
Wait. If he plays a variant, I guess effed up. No one's gonna care. But if
I don't want too many variants.
Oh, people will care. If he plays a variant, people will care. Trust me.
Oh no! I meant
I know. Peter Parker. Don't matter to me.
Hold on. I need quantification immediately.
Okay, first off, I'm making a joke. First off, second, it is a rumor.
Oh,
yeah,
right.
Don't take it too seriously.
Because apparently his dad.
No, it's a rumor.
A while back, Jaden took a picture of like a Spider-Man mask, him wearing a Spider-Man mask, and apparently his dad recently just said he's gearing up to play a big character as people have been waiting to see. And people have been talking about that, like that comment. So I don't know.
I'm sorry, but he would not work as Miles.
He doesn't work for Miles.
Oh, I agree. 100%. He does not work as Miles.
Dallas Young. There you go. RJ. There you go.
Dallas Young would work so well with Tom Holland. It's crazy.
He would work perfectly. Or him. But no, like, look, and it's no shade against Jaden Smith. Like, I really enjoyed him in The Karate Kid, and he can act. He's good, but he just, for me, he doesn't fit the role at all.
Sorry, if they're gonna do that, you might as well make like
because that is bordering on Sony DC levels of decision right there. Like that, no.
Me and Shamoon talked about this yesterday. I was telling him there was a rumor a while back saying that Sony, this is what Sony does. they want to split the Spider-Man franchise between Miles and Peter. Apparently,
that would be dumb because Miles is such
you've got Andrew and Toby. Why?
Miles don't have people like that. They just like the inspiration of Miles.
See, the problem is that then you've got two Miles. You've got bloody one in MCU and you've got one over here. Like, there's too many variants.
No,
one version.
You might like Miles, but Miles is not popular like everybody believes he is because his comic book sales will reflect it. Just go on.
Dang.
Oh.
You like the inspiration of Miles. You don't like Miles like that.
I love that display picture, Demi, bro. Robbie-san, it's okay to lose in All Valley. Must not lose girl when have chance to.
I mean, I personally, I want Miles Brown. I think what they should do, I told Shamoon this yesterday, they should get like Miles Brown or an unknown, or it's most likely going to be a British black actor, which is probably what's going to happen.
What they need to do, I'm trying to think of British actors that.
Oh, you won't know until they cast them. You won't know until that's how they do it.
You get indie actors and then just get some random.
If they get someone you don't know, it's not a bad idea because
it's better because then there's no preconceived,
Look at Hugh Jackman when he first played Wolverine. No one knew him, to be fair. He was, I think it was the second.
We also didn't have internet either, so
yeah. And I mean, you just grew to appreciate what you had, but it's like if I'm just trying to think of another example.
I'm actually kind of scared because I hope it.
If they flipping, I swear to God, if they do that, they better have an MCU variant. We're fighting for this. I want a war variant.
Fight for this.
Well, then there'll be a Miles in Toby's and Andrew's universe.
Anyway, so
hey, I'll just go watch it. So I watched the dumpster fire burn.
I had my final straw with Venom too. Like, if they want to screw that universe up some more, go ahead, screw it up some more.
I don't think splitting it is a smart idea.
It's not. It really isn't.
See, listen, I said this to RJ. With Sony, they're running out of time because they need to get a new Spider-Man film.
That's why they keep making these movies. They make these villain movies. They know they're every 2 years.
If Sony was smart,
just give it back to Marvel.
Toby a Spider-Man 4 and Andrew an Amazing Spider-Man 3.
Someone's going to purchase them. It's going to happen. Someone's purchasing them.
I'm telling you now, Sony are going to give them
somebody will purchase Sony.
Sony need to stop being awkward.
I think Marvel will get it right.
Like when you're playing with toys. Like when you're playing with toys as a kid and you're all getting along, and there's that one guy that's going, "No, it's mine. It's all mine." Yeah. That's what Sony are.
My precious.
They're not sharing. Okay, Universal, as much as they're not giving full sharing, they're sharing. Fox, that's done and dusted. Sony are the only one that are being incompetent as hell right now. Like, just give it back to Marvel. Stop this malarkey.
Yeah,
please.
They're running
I
out of time.
actually love it. I'm gonna be honest with you. I like seeing Disney getting punked every once in a while. It's funny to me.
But then, like, Spider-Man is such a compelling character, but his villains, the reason why it's like
he has the second biggest rogue gallery next to Batman.
The reason why Spidey's villains work the way they do is because they're always countering something to Spider-Man. Like, it's if you take that element away, you can only do it so often. They've done it for Venom. They're going to do it for Morbius. They're doing it for Sandman or whatever. They're going to do it for Rhino.
I'm telling you,
Jack-o'-lantern. What's that other character that shout out to you, Darius? By the way, what was that other character that
Jackpot?
Jackpot.
Let's just be honest with ourselves. The Morbius movie is just setting up for Blade. That's all it is. It's like that's all that movie is there for.
Kill me.
Apparently, it doesn't answer the rumors I heard. It doesn't answer any questions that we have.
Oh,
of course not. It's so.
What did you say, motherfucker?
No, I said apparently the Morbius movie it doesn't answer any questions about like.
So why the F is it happening?
Because it's Sony and they're incompetent.
This is the problem. Who is Sandman gonna fight?
What? I'm sorry, but Sandman's gonna fight Mini Sandman.
You can't. I'm sorry.
No. Do you know who Sandman's gonna fight?
He's gonna fight the Rhino. That's what's gonna happen.
Listen, do you know who Sandman's gonna fight?
The Rhino.
He's gonna fight Earth. That's who he's gonna fight.
Hydro Man.
Like villain versus villain.
Elementals
only work every so often. If they're done like
you know what, that would probably actually happen. They have Hydro Man versus Sandman in the movie, and they make Mudman.
You cannot have villains fighting other villains every freaking movie because it doesn't work. They're two completely different character archetypes.
But Man Thing,
it's like Venom fighting Carnage. So you can kind of make that work in a way. So you're a villain who's fighting more of a villain. Like it doesn't always work. It
goes back to what Jacob says. Where the heck is Spider-Man at?
They want to make a Mysterio movie.
They're milking this motherfucker's villains just for the sake of money.
I'm sorry. I don't care about a Madam Web movie.
Can I just explain how Sony?
I don't care.
I think a Madam Web movie is the only way they can explain this fucking shit.
That's the only reason why it's happening.
Sony are treating Spider-Man
multiverse
like
Spider-Man,
right? They're treating him like a cow. And they're milking him. That's the villain,
right, man?
Constantly.
We'll throw in a chameleon movie.
When are we gonna get the real?
Hey, I'll watch a chameleon movie. A guy that doesn't say anything.
Bro, Sandman, I can see potential, but Rhino. Why do we want to see a motherfucker film about him?
And get this, they still want to make.
Come on, look what Andrew said.
They still want to do that.
Dude with the animatronic Rhino.
What movie do they want to make?
They still want to do a Sinister Six movie, like standalone Sinister Six movie. They still want to do it.
But that's not the only thing that could work.
How are you gonna make Spider-Man? Sony.
So
Sony stop milking it. Do Tassel 3 and Spider-Man 4 and give it back to Sony as like.
Since when does Marvel ever copy off a DC on like movies wise? I mean, I'm just saying, like it's just a bootleg version of the Suicide Squad that you can't bomb up the necks.
Oh no!
To be fair, Suicide Squad ain't any better. So you can't be saying that.
The second one was way better.
Right?
It was.
So I hope you're
wasn't
listening.
really a big fan though.
The point of the Sinister Six is they are villains that Spider-Man has beaten again and again and again and again. So they team up to serve his ass.
Doesn't make any sense, bro.
That's the point of them coming together. It's not like, hey, we're going to form a squad. 6 of us. We're going to be sinister. That's not the thing.
Dude, you know what? I can see them making a line like they're pulling to Dr. Octopus and saying like, so we some type of Sinister Six or something?
What the fuck are they doing? That's not the characters at all.
Shout out to Chris.
Sorry, it's true. Well, that's not the characters. It's not.
Now you know how I
makes sense, bro. Doesn't make any fucking sense.
Fuck it. What's the next topic?
I say you let it happen.
Why?
No.
Yes.
No.
Let it burn.
No, because then we have
you want to see failure.
Like we've already got the
Kings are toxic. You want to see Marvel fail?
X-Men and Fantastic Four. We've already got those 3 rebooting.
Well,
we don't need to reboot the whole of Spider-Man. Like, Like, I mean,
you ain't
just see me pulling up with a cigarette and just like.
Meanwhile, I'm going to be sat there with a beer and signing myself into therapy.
Bring out the Chameleon movie. Bring out the Jackpot movie. Why not, man? Like,
King, you could. King just.
Some men just want to watch the world burn. Damn it!
The King does.
Might as well. You know what? Bring in Billy Joel Vulture movie. You might as well. You might as well do it.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Black Cat. Hey, let's do a Black Cat movie, man. While we're at it.
Peyton list.
This is not the way. This is not the way at all.
It actually might be their first Academy Award because we got so many Peyton List fans up here, man.
Damn,
like,
King, I feel sorry for you. DC's really made you a crazy boy, huh?
It's really telling me like I can't.
Ain't even that. I'm just laughing. Because you want to know why I laugh?
DC villain right now.
You want to know why I laugh?
The Sony villains. Like, Sony going to make you a villain.
Protect Disney way so much, and I just love it when like Disney actually has to beg to another company.
Damn, I feel sorry.
But in terms of Marvel, they're doing good, you know.
Only my boy.
Oh god, it must suck to be DC.
Listen, Sony, what Sony are doing?
Ain't even a DC fan. I'm an anime fan. I'm just like watching the world better, dog.
Sony are that one kid in class when no one's done the homework, right? No one's done the homework. Sony will be that one little arsehole that will go and say, I've done the homework.
Wait, do you know what? Do you know who Sony are? Sony are that character in horror films that says, "Let's split up." That's what Sony is.
Let's go in the room with a bunch of chainsaws.
Yeah, they're also
we should all split up,
right? That when they're
so you mean the friends came
heavily,
right?
When they're hiding from the killer, they'll also breathe very heavily while they're hiding from the killer, and then they'll be wondering why they get killed.
Oh man,
It's going in the book. I need to make that Sony Chosen Live happen faster, sooner rather than later.
Sony gotta stop playing, bro. They really need to stop playing.
No, that's it. It's in the book.
If y'all want Taz on 3, you better hope Avi Arad ain't in charge.
It doesn't matter to me no more.
Energy out there, please.
No, he will be. He runs those.
Can't take any more bad energy with Spider-Man.
Joker.
Well,
Joker just
in the MCU.
Hey, you just see the Joker, and here we
like what's going to happen is the MCU is going to constantly have to pick up the fucking crumbs of Sony.
Of course.
And I don't want that
stupid Sony.
I don't want that Flash.
I call it karma.
I do not want him getting that Venom symbiote. I do not want it going to him.
You call it karma, and they went to Disney to
I
ask
want
for
Eddie
Spider-Man.
MCU reboot. I do not. I want it done properly, you know. But I don't want the MCU to have to keep picking up the pieces from Sony's incompetence.
Why is Sony so stupid? Can we just get
They're
that out?
thick as shit.
Who is the person?
It's bad when Warner Brothers is smarter than you. I'm just throwing it out there.
Warner Brothers have actually grown a bit.
They ain't smart. Matt Reeves is smarter. You gotta thank that man.
Matt Reeves is the freaking
You guys
man.
would,
Yeah.
you would have no opening
man.
if it wasn't for Matt Reeves. I'm just saying.
James Gunn did his part.
Yeah, but he's just at the beginning. Matt Reeves delivered the oatmeal right now with the Batman. That's what I'm
Delivered
gonna
the
say.
oatmeal, all the oats.
Let's transition to the next topic on the agenda.
Zack Snyder did with his Snyder cut.
Let's transition to the next topic.
My boy,
He definitely did. Yeah.
Treat him right.
My
Treat
precious.
this guy right. Okay.
Yeah, and the way you do it is not by doing a Sinister Six Suicide Squad movie.
Of course.
Carry on.
Make it happen. No, I'm playing.
No, we don't need it. Well, we don't need this.
We don't need this for the characters. Okay.
It'll do.
All right, look. I'm just busting your guys' balls. I want some.
That's why it's funny. That's why it's funny.
That's why
we gotta make Disney suffer a little bit. They gotta go through some hardships. They too clean, man. They too clean.
He's just entertainment, isn't he?
All right.
Treat him right. Treat him.
Jaden Smith is the next Spider-Man. What? Breaking news. Man, if Jaden Smith ends up being the next fireman, I'm gonna bust out laughing, dog.
Honestly, though, I'm gonna be with King. I'm gonna start laughing too.
I will laugh. We'll be like,
why are our standards so low? No.
Whoa! Hold on, I'm with you on that. I'm just saying I'll laugh because.
Oh God, shoot me dead.
Whoa! Take it easy.
Hey, it's not Peter Parker. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm gonna pull you.
If he plays Peter Parker,
this ain't Peter Parker, man.
What happened to Dre Parker? Is he Peter Parker's brother that we didn't know about?
I want Miles Brown.
Yeah, you go. Boom, you see that?
I mean, not Miles Brown. I want Dallas Young.
Listen, if they make Peter Parker, Jaden becomes Peter Parker in another universe, then freaking Shola has to play Miles. I'm telling you now.
You know how many people will like hate that movie if Peter Parker became Jaden Smith? It'll be worse than Michael B. Jordan's Fantastic Four stick movie.
Oh God,
that would be the biggest L.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's go. Let's talk. Let's get into a positive note. Let's get back into a positive.
King.
I'm dying.
I don't want Jacob to die.
Jacob, please save yourself.
Hey man, we had two of the
jacket on, jacket on.
Next topic. Let's not bring it up anymore.
Okay, next topic. So we're gonna transition into Thunderbolt Ross, and R.I.P. to the actor that passed away last week. He died at 71. And so we kind of talked about this like last week and offline. So do you guys agree that this is the perfectly good time to either bring in William Stryker to replace him as the head of the Thunderbolt squad?
I think it works in a way.
You know what I think is going to happen? I think they're going to use Julia. What's her name? She was in FAMILIA.
You're talking about Val.
Yeah, Val. I think she's gonna be the one that's gonna lead the Thunderbolts. I think William Stryker, he could be a good replacement, but I think they're gonna save for the X-Men.
Yeah, they'll save him for the X-Men. But even then, you've got Everett Ross still.
Yeah,
I like that theory that King said about Everett Ross. Like they could make them related, but it'd be a very MCU thing. Or just not if they're related, but just have Everett Ross taking it up because he kind of works in that kind of area. And I think it would make sense if maybe he got the job instead. And, you know, the whole Thunderbolt thing, they could do that in honor of William Hurt. So that would be nice all around. Everyone's happy, you know.
Everybody
if they do that.
Everybody eats.
Because the way I was seeing it is like, say, because what could happen is, the way William Stryker could come in is if Old Boy fails the mission with that squad, and then that's when the government said like, okay, you suck at this job. We're gonna bring somebody in that doesn't care about anybody, because Old Boy cares about a lot of people. The other Ross, like he actually has a heart, sort of.
Yeah, that's true.
In this job, you need to be a cold-blooded killer, and so that's why I'm just saying.
Maybe they could still use Thunderbolt Ross for Red Hulk, but maybe they do it where you see it happen off screen.
Yeah,
like maybe they see it off screen, sort of like, you know, these two down below, they're tweeting on their phones. They sort of see it happen off screen, pretty much, where then it happens on screen, and we can kind of instill the outside world influence where we're like, okay, you know, it is what it is. Because I think there's just so much setup for it. It'd be such a shame to not pay it off. And I feel like, you know, Ross is he's perfect for Red Hulk, you know. Especially
sucks, man. We might have to get the multiverse involved again with this, because with Red Hulk, I mean, it depends on what they do with the next Hulk project, because there were rumors they were going to do World Breaker Hulk, and Mark Ruffalo was going to get that set up through the She-Hulk series. Because I think they're going to say F you to Universal and go, we're going to make a film. You don't give a crap about your...
Yeah, they're doing a Planet Hulk film, right?
They're pretty much,
I think
like, we'll pay the fine or whatever.
They don't care about Universal anymore.
The money they make will be more than the fine.
I mean, so screw Universal for making it so difficult to do the Hulk stuff and anybody around Hulk, because Those characters.
That's probably what it is. Like Universal says, just pay us our fee, and then hey, you can do whatever you want to do with the Hulk. But Disney was being stubborn. That's what it was.
Yeah,
that's why I just don't. That's why I just see like Jaden Smith.
If they were being stubborn, then yeah, screw them,
Do you guys see like another Avengers team happening? Like,
yeah, make an oatmeal, yeah.
Oh, stop mentioning that, bloody! Stop mentioning that.
I can see another Avengers team. I just
like Benedict Cumberbatch said, like Doctor Strange's not an Avenger necessarily or something like that.
I think he meant that in the way he operates. He's not like he acknowledges he's been in the Avengers, but he's not like
Yeah.
Agent Venom. How are they going to do Venom in the MCU? Because
reboot it completely.
I don't want Flash Thompson anywhere near
no
the symbiote. especially this knockoff Asian version. I mean, does not work. I'm sorry.
The Tasm
puts my race to shame with some scum like that.
Damn, Jesus.
He's the brown version of Jake Paul, bro.
The brown Jake Paul version of Flash is superior.
Douche.
Yeah, I agree.
Superior in every way. Bring him over. Bring him over and kick this one out of here. Put the MCU Flash in the Sony universe because everything's going off over there.
Yeah, put it with Jaden. If that happens.
Yeah, I think
Jacob, I'm with you. Just make a joke about it.
King will literally become the happiest man alive, I think, if they do that.
I know, motherfucker. Why quantification is important. We can't just run with rumors. We need quantifiable sources.
Quantifiable sources, Jacob.
Check the sources, people.
Now, if you see Jaden Smith in the weight room lifting up, then you just know.
Maybe he's doing an
He's
After
already
Earth
been
sequel.
doing that.
Maybe it's an After Earth sequel.
I hope it's maybe it's After Earth sequel. Yeah. Or I Am Legend too,
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
That could happen.
What if Michael B.
Jordan? Okay, Jacob.
Michael B. Jordan is older version of Miles. Oh dear.
I mean, because I want the Thunderbolts. Honestly, I kind of just want the Thunderbolts to start hunting out mutants now or whatever. Especially when Zemo is part of their team.
Well, yeah,
Zemo is definitely
you even
going
bring
to
in mutants. You can just use the Thunderbolts to be the anti-villain guys that will kill if they have to. They don't care if they they have no qualms about killing, but they'll do things in service of the there's a common theme here with like Red Hulk as Ross, John Walker as US agent. They want to do the right thing, but they'll do the Red Hood approach. They'll do it their way. They'll have no qualms about pulling out a gun and killing someone. Or Red Hulk. Man, if Red Hulk gets more savagery than normal Hulk, man, I don't know how I feel about that. Yeah. But Red Hulk will probably, get some scenes where it's like, oh shit, not holding back at all.
You got what's it called? You got William Stryker telling them, well, Thunderbolts, I just gotta say one thing. We got one thing that's going down here. They got Senator Kelly locked up. These mutant menaces need to be stopped right now.
Basically, the J. Jonah.
It could even get deeper than that because you've got Red Hulk. He'll be the muscle. John Walker. He'll be like a leader kind of approach. Thing. So he'll be like the main focus. He'll be making the leader. Zemo will be the tactician. Justin Hammer will supply like the weapons and shit. Then you've got like
Abomination.
Yeah, Abomination in there. Bring the real Taskmaster in, the real one. Ghost from Ant-Man and the Wasp. You bring her in.
Elena.
Punisher, if they bring him over.
Yeah, Elena definitely. Crimson Widow. They got to do it. US agent. Those two definitely have to be in it.
And then Deadpool. Bring him in. Give him the comedic relief.
They could bring back Winter Soldier. Because in one of the versions of Thunderbolts, he is part of the team, or he's like one of the main guys.
Oh, yeah, you're saying multiverse? Or you bringing Bucky?
I mean, I think with the approach that they've taken with him, I don't think they'll use him just because he's kind of at peace now. But they might fill in that role with like.
He could because I don't know what they're going to do with him after Falcon. They didn't really give any direction what's going to happen. I mean, what does he do? Go and join Miyagi-Do? Maybe.
Maybe, but like in terms of Thunderbolts, I don't think Bucky's about that life anymore. Like, I mean, I think it would be character assassination.
I don't think it's character assassination. It just depends if they make him.
I really don't think they should. Like, I think Bucky's at peace now. To give him a gun and have him go around killing people again, I think it basically
playing with Bucky now.
Like, it takes away his character arc. Like, if it was like Winter Soldier time,
but it depends how they do it. If they'd make him Winter Soldier, like, you know, Cap, Winter Soldier, then I get what you're saying.
You would have to be full on. Like, I would prefer if he's White Wolf, like full on, you know, no guns, maybe like the Nomad shield.
What if he's sort of like working with contracts, and then the Thunderbolts kind of is a place for him to kind of, because he's kind of, he's not he's not an anti-hero. He's clearly a good guy, but like he's he could kind of give back to. Because I don't know if he's gone through that list, I think, then he gave it back to his therapist. But like, what's he going to do after that? He's at peace now. But like, I mean, he might be going to Wakanda looking for some dark chocolate. I don't know.
I think he just doesn't want to fight anymore. Like, he could just be some kind of sentient wonder or guardian. He doesn't have to go around killing people. Like, it's
no. I'm not saying kill.
The Thunderbolts are a team that will kill people.
He ain't Batfleck, so he ain't be going around killing people.
Oh no, but I mean, you got like Yelena in there. She'll put a bullet in you. Deadpool will cut you up. You know, Red Hulk will smash your face.
It'd be a funny place for him. He'd be like, "You people."
But I mean, then again, to add credit to your point there, with what they did in Shang-Chi with Abomination.
Oh, that was Abomination's part of the team. Did we bring him up?
Yeah, you got two muscle guys.
But exactly. What they've done with him though is they kind of like, I mean, I know they changed his design, but they've made him very.
He's more comic book like,
not as intimidating.
To be fair, I prefer how he looks now because he looked a bit funny in the Incredible Hulk film, but he was still a badass.
I don't know if I'm vibing with the feel of him as I was before. Like before, I thought this dude would be intimidating as hell, but now, I don't know. Like he was only kind of there briefly, but it feels like they might treat him like the Hulk, you know, where it's like. He's dumb and stupid, but he's a bruiser. You know, it's.
I don't think people will want them to go down that route again, like you know TCK would say, Ragnarok, where they make him, you know, seem more funny. Because I like the chemistry he had with Wong, but they're still kind of going into an area where it's like, how the f do they really know each other?
Yeah,
because it's still a bit random, isn't it? Like Wong. Although I didn't mind
Wong teaching him how to balance his emotions, probably.
Maybe he's Miyagi and Daniel is Abomination.
Pretty much. That's how I see it.
I mean, maybe they've done it if they're going to make Red Hulk like the darker of the two, so they have one that's a bit more lighthearted. But it's tough because like the way that the shows have set like Zemo and John Walker up, like these guys will kill people, you know, and Yelena will kill people. So it'll be interesting to see how they get that dynamic working. Maybe actually it could work if it's like a subject of great conversation where Yelena maybe now and Bucky are like, hey, why are you guys killing people? That's not what we should do. And then that causes a bit of inner team conflict. Could be a great sort of story plot point.
Or Yelena and Bucky would be an interesting conversation.
He finally finds his mate.
You tried assassinating my sister.
I was just trying to make oatmeal with her, Yelena. She'd understand how that works.
Wax on, wax on.
Nope.
Oh, wait. I know a Yinko. Yinko. I'm pretty sure that's the... I think I've seen that one before.
Is that the Miyagi thing?
Jacob, you alright, son? Shit.
He's learned to be wax on and wax off.
Thunderbolts versus Suicide Squad Dream. Oh, dude, listen. I want to see Red Hulk come in that motherfucker and just... dude, I just want to see Red Hulk.
Yeah, I mean, you can still do it. Like, I mean, once you make him Red Hulk, you don't need William per se. You know, you could just make him the character evolve with that. Like, he uses the Abomination serum, and then they go from there. Like, they would have to do. Like, there'll be a lot of factors. Like, I feel sorry for Marvel in this sense because they've got the Chadwick Boseman stuff to deal with. Now they got this. Like, and it does affect the story because now they've got to course correct 2 things, you know, while rebooting like 4 other things, while handling 50 other storylines. You know, I don't envy them for it.
They could do it to where like he's stuck in the Red Hulk phase, and then he says Ross is dead, he's gone, something like that.
Like, I like this mode. Why do I want to go back? The power.
Yeah.
You go instead of it could be like that crazy scientist thing where it's like, why do I want to go back to that weak old body? You know, I've got this big monster body right here. And then, you know, Hulk made it work as Professor Hulk. You know, I can hit him up on the, you know, so can you make me Professor Red Hulk now? You know, it's
Hulk is going to tell him to go to hell. Like,
it's so annoying that Bruce wasn't there in Civil War to say, yeah, hey, what about Harlem? He didn't mention Harlem, did he? He was like New York, Washington, D.C., Sokovia. Harlem. Yeah. That slipped under the radar a little bit, didn't it? Jammy Ross bastard. Oh, yeah. I know. Ed and Eddie was the shit.
Oh, my God. Yeah, dude, that's so random. Ed and Eddie. Oh, I haven't watched that in years.
Bunch of entrepreneurs trying to get some candy.
Some good candy.
Good candy.
Good candy.
Good candy.
But yeah, it's a situation that they got to be careful with. But I mean, they'll do all right. You know, they've done it before. They can do it again.
I have faith.
I think they'll just go back to the drawing board and take their time with it.
Yeah.
Work on a plan from there.
Totally agree.
Because eventually we're going to get. Well, I don't know if they're going to be called Avengers anymore, but basically Avengers versus X-Men. So that's what I'm waiting for.
X-Men.
Yeah, I'm not sure about like what they're gonna do with the Avengers. I think they should take a long break. Like
Avengers versus X-Men.
You do that.
I mean, I say you split it up. Like, you know, you could build up to one big event where they all come back together. But because the team's so big now, you know, you could have West Coast Avengers in there. You know, there'll be a lot of teams now, like Thunderbolts, all that kind of stuff. Dark Avengers, Midnight Suns.
Yeah.
New York's what's that team? Not Defenders. They got another name. What's the other name? Give me a minute.
Inhumans?
No, not that. I mean them too, but not them. They need to reboot that team for sure. Jesus Christ, I don't know what the fuck. Wanda has my full permission to kill them lot off.
I can't wait till that movie comes out. We're gonna have a bunch of discussions about that.
Indeed. Right. Doing you Marvel teams. What's that team? There's another name for them. Is it full on the Defenders, or I'm sure there was another name for it, where it had like all the New York street level heroes.
Did you guys hear that Oscar Isaac? He kind of like spoiled like what they're. I mean, we all knew it was happening.
I mean, we all knew it anyway, but
he kind of spoiled like Daredevil, like in the Midnight Suns thing. He like
spoiled. Oh, then they'll do that then.
Jeez, Isaac! Now you got to pay a fine. Now playing.
Yeah, you feel like a red laser just pointing right at him, and the next screening he does. It's just Kevin Feige just there, like, say it, you son of a bitch.
Now you ain't gonna get it. Now thanks to Oscar, you're not gonna get the end credit that you wanted.
Yeah, now we're gonna get bloody another musical number. Oh God, they made that drag on way too long. But oh Jesus.
See, that's what Kevin Feige gonna be doing. Like, keep on leaking. Just keep on leaking. Like, you want to leak some more? You want to leak some more?
Me and Jacob watched. We were like in silence. Like, what is this?
I was watching that. I was like,
me and Jacob watched that. And like,
oh, that was
punishment. That? We were like in silence.
That was punishment.
I was just like, what? I mean, hey,
there wasn't a word said.
I mean, to be fair, though, in some ways, I'm also happy that the post-credit scene there wasn't anything, because I'm sick of them using the post-credit scenes as an excuse for shit movies. Like, where it's like, the movie sucks ass, but the post-credit scene, no, like, what's the movie saying? The post-credit scene's the
cherry. Venom 2.
Venom 2 especially. It's like, what's the movie saying, you know? Then you put in a juicy credit scene. Like, how, like I mean, No Way Home's end credit scenes, like, they're not amazing, but they're all right. But the movie's so good that I don't mind. Like, that's how it should be. Not, man, that movie's ass, bro. Oh, but the end credit scene, you know, it's like, no, we go there to see 2 hours, not 2 minutes. You know, I can just see that on YouTube like an hour after the film comes out.
Dude, because I was like I remember just watching that end credit scene. I was saying like, well, you know what? I ain't mad at Kevin Feige for doing this. It's punishment.
That would have made it.
That's all that was.
Of course, they'd be king about punishment, huh?
They should have showed more of Hawkeye's
whenever it's Marvel, he hopes.
John Campia.
Hawkeye's reaction in that scene.
Oh yeah, I agree with that though. Fuck that guy.
That was John Campia's fault. Why you guys got what you got?
John Campia looks like a teacher I used to have in school.
Because I mean, Toby and Andrew were leaked long before that photo came out. Like people,
he just made it worse. Bro. It was supposed to be on screen first, bro. But like,
you can't. You gotta put the blame on these YouTubers leaking out the whole plots and stuff.
Out Daredevil. But he's more bigger than all of them. Like he's more bigger than all. He is. He got more pull than all of them.
I'm talking about.
I'm talking about 20 years in the game, bro. 20 years in the game. I'm talking about that's unexcusable.
Fandom.
That's unexcusable.
What you
got? But then again, they might have had that end credit scene film for a while. Like
it's 20 years in the game. That's what I'm saying. It's unforgivable, and you gotta see where Kevin Feige's coming from. Like, dude,
I get where he's coming from, but you can't just blame it all on Campy. You gotta blame all the other people.
Like, you know, to be fair.
But I'm saying, like, the reason why we got what we got was because of John Campion thing. If that didn't come out, that we probably would have got a different credit scene. We probably would have got the Kingpin stuff.
I think the credits with that. To be fair, I think that credit scene was filmed long before.
Possible, but I mean, it's all connected. But I think that credit scene was probably filmed way in advance anyway. You know, and I kind of like that it was just there. Like it is also a big fuck you to the leakers, but it's also kind of just there. You know, it's a nice break from the usual credit scene. You know, it's a nice break.
All the shows didn't really have a big credit scene anyway. I mean,
most of their endings stuck.
I don't think this is punishment. I think Kevin Feige just put that in there.
I think it's punishment.
Okay. I don't think they're trying to do too much at the moment. I think they're waiting for like when the projects that really get things going. Like Doctor Strange is gonna have a big.
They've already got so much on their plate. Like they don't want to add too much anymore.
I think Marvel are trying to show that it's not all about post-credit scenes now because they relied on it to set up where we are now. They don't need to do that so much now because there's so much shit going on. There's more oatmeal now than there was 10 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I know. Because we got Jaden Smith coming as Miles Morales and Peter Parker.
Don't put that evil out there.
Of course. I agree with you.
I'll tell you what you do. No, you know what? Fuck it. Cast Jaden Smith. Put him in Doctor Strange 2. Have Wanda kill him off. There you go.
You can do it like that.
He ain't gonna be able to share a screen with Tom, man.
I'm sorry, but he's lucky to be even being next to him.
No, he ain't gonna be able to share a screen. If he's cast as Jaden Smith, I'm still putting that big F.
Watch the world burn, baby.
Listen, even if I wanted to cast Jaden Smith as Jaden Smith, I'd cast somebody else.
Just one cast.
Damn. I'll do the same thing, honestly.
I'd hire RJ.
And I don't mean to get the wrong impression. I'm not knocking Jaden Smith. Like he's a good actor. It's just he's not Miles.
He's not Miles at all.
Let's not use this multiverse as a way of we've got 5 variants of the same character. Like let's not cheapen because I don't want the multiverse to have this thing now. Where it's like, we've got the MCU version. But there's a Sony version. It's like, no, can we just have one fucking version of the character? Like, I don't need multiple. We've already got multiple versions from like 20 years of Marvel movies. I don't need any more. Like, it's too many. Like, it gets so oversaturated. And then Wanda gets, it's like, hey, now Wanda can kill them off. It's like, it's
Dr. Strange said it best. The multiverse is a concept about which we know frankly little.
Well, the characters, yeah. But
I like how you put that.
The characters, but we know, it's all about.
You know what I mean? It's probably not going to happen. I doubt it.
I think those are just rumors to hype the film. Remember how they market stuff now?
Yeah, they just put shit out. Just hype up the movie.
They're trying to scare you guys. They'll be down.
One of the right. So let's look at the sources. Let's look at the
because
sources.
no one doesn't read the articles. Everybody reads headlines.
I want to prove a point. Let's just read the art. Let's just have a little look at the sources. Let's just have a little look. See. So this comes from Mashable India, IGN India, Epic Stream, Fortress of Solitude, Animated Times, Push Square. These are not quantifiable sources. These are
where's Billy Bob Comics at, man?
These are
that's
Billy
the real
Bob
source.
Movie blog running with something that Will or whatever said and saying, "Hey, confirmed." Like, no, that's not what.
No one doesn't read the articles. People read headlines.
Are important here. I know it's
I'm
a meme now.
I'm surprised
so
Evan didn't put that in the chat.
I keep telling
Where's the sources?
Sources, like for God's sake, source.
Speaking of sources,
you know how Evan is.
Bro, Evan, I love you. But whenever you send stuff, please source your shit.
We love you though. We love you though.
Speaking of sources,
I'm seeing grown
Did
adults.
they not teach you in school to source your shit?
Like, oh my god, that means it's confirmed. It's like, no, in school you have what's called a bibliography, where when you get information, you cite where you got it from. Let me put.
you get like at least three. You get like
you got to do that.
I need
to get a lot harder, Evan.
Where's the book?
You need at least three. Here on the Kings of Pop Culture, you're gonna get some education stuff too in life.
This is what we call a little bibliography, okay? So where information is taken from certain things, it lists where it's from, what date, what publisher, what whatever. This is quantification.
Facts.
It's like, as I said, it's like if Billy Bob's Movie Blog says it, it's just like, wait a minute before you run with it, and then it's just news. And it's just like, it's like Mike Zero levels of entertainment where basically nothing happens that he says, but because it was, it's a video, so it must be true. It's like, no. And I don't want to. I know why you guys are doing this. There's certain particular individuals out there that don't cite their sources. They don't quantify anything. They just go and fucking run with it because it sounds cool to get that ad revenue, and that's literally all it is.
Don't read your comments. Trust your gut.
Welcome. Right, okay, let's transition into our next topic. Let's rock and roll into some fun. Let's
right. What the hell? What's going on? What was that?
You're going crazy here. Look, the hair strands come down. That's how you know I've gone mad.
Oh dear,
Okay, next topic. Let's go. Believe me, boy, it's surfacing.
All right, guys. We're gonna have some fun now. We're gonna be talking about some Cobra Kai news.
Wait, news?
We're gonna get we got reliable sources here, because Peyton List even said, there's gonna be a lot of cameos in season.
Colonel Dugan's gonna be in season 5.
It's happening, Evan.
Here we go.
It's happening.
Believe it.
No, I'm joking.
So,
go on.
All right, guys, real talk. Who do you think is going to be the cameos? Do you think it's going to be Jessica, Julie Pierce, Freddie Fernandez, or
well,
who do you guys think?
I've got the article from ET up here.
Honestly, Andrew Garfield is definitely going to be in it because
did
you guys see the creators were in a photo with him?
So it says Peyton List teases Cobra Kai season 5 celeb cameos. Now, I think this already is where we need to instill some nuance.
I did a video.
I don't think he's talking about Karate Kid legacy characters.
Thank
you.
I think she's talking about just celebrities that are just literally yeah. And Carrie Underwood right there, bang boom. So the moment of truth.
I know Stevie Wonderboy Thompson and Tyrone Wooley are supposed to make an appearance.
Who's Tyrone Wooley?
Oh no!
Exactly.
I didn't, they're basically UFC fighters, yeah.
You got that?
Exactly.
Yeah, it'll probably just be like celeb roles, literally, in just throwaway scenes that just appear like in a one-off. Like
Stephen Thompson. Sorry, Stephen Thompson has relevance, but why the fuck that motherfucker Tyron Woodley in the show? He got beaten by fucking Jake Paul. What are you doing?
He's not Cobra Kai material.
Did not bring in Addison Rae next, I swear.
Touch. I mean, hell,
Woodley, really? Bringing Jason David Franks, Michael J.
I don't know, Game Boy. He might. You never know. We're not saying he's gonna be in. He's not gonna have a prominent role as a cameo.
I mean, after they got bloody what's her face, Carrie. I mean, I didn't know who she was beforehand, but they got Carrie Underwood in. So
get Leota Machida, an actual Karate Kid fighter.
Leota Machida in a Mexico dojo. Oh.
It will probably be brief because like seasons English. Season 5 is going to be like season 3 in the aspect that the characters are at a lot of places. So you're going to see a lot of characters probably prop up, so that'll leave the opportunities open for, for Oatmeal. Same time. Brilliant. For Oatmeal, but then also to, have little cameos here and there where we can go, oh, it's this person. So maybe Johnny's in like a pawn shop in Mexico. And
well, it kind of makes sense that celebrities would be coming in because Cobra Kai just won the championship, so like Terry Silver knows people in Hollywood probably. So
yeah, like with Netflix also being more involved in it, like on that point, you might see adverts on TV, like Daniel's car advert, and like you have like some celebrity that appears in an advert giving Terry Silver like a bonsai tree or something, it's where he's taking the literal piss out of Daniel's,
that'd be funny.
Like I want him to rub it in. I want Silver to have just
bonsai trees. We need to strike like a snake, a cobra.
It's got to be more.
Or maybe he has it on the desk and he just moves it to the side, and the celebrity whoever the celeb cameo is like, here's a pet snake. You could do something like that. It'll probably just be throwaway scenes that are literally just.
Yeah, I think people, of course, are reading too much in what she said.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
And if Julie does come in,
these are confirmed.
It'll be earned. Just throwing it out there.
I mean, this must mean that Vin Diesel's going to show up and race Johnny in a quarter mile for the Challenger.
Dude, that shit's happening.
Confirmed.
Listen,
yeah.
I've confirmed it.
This is the world we're in now. Just say anything that's true. That's it.
This is happening.
We need Colonel Dugan and Vin Diesel to race the cars, man. It has to happen.
Colonel Dugan showing up in like a classic vintage vehicle racing.
Mama.
Yo, my brother. What's up, dude? We were just basically saying, Darius, about like quantification of sources. But also there's going to be some cameos in season 5. Will Mos Def be making an appearance at all? I think that could be a good, maybe like while Robbie and Miguel like fighting the cartel, Mos Def's like spitting some tunes.
No, what happens is they bring in the Wu-Tang. They need to bring in the Wu-Tang Clan, bro. We need Ghostface Killer.
Looking back now, I don't even know what the hell that was I was doing. I just get very animated, I just get very like
makes Oatmeal.
Yeah, they need to bring in rappers now, man. They need to bring in
Wu-Tang. Film it in Atlanta, for God's sake.
I'll tell you what.
If
Kendrick
Wu-Tang Clan will make a good appearance in Karate Kid, bro. It makes sense.
If Kendrick Lamar was spitting some bars in the tournament.
I told you this, motherfucker. If him or J. Cole.
Damn.
I would have changed it.
Yeah, most definitely.
He did it like he was lecturing somebody. I told you.
Yeah.
I mean, when Carrie Underwood comes out on stage, it plays out like that Kanye moment when he interrupted Taylor Swift.
Either Kendrick Lamar, J. Cole, or the Wu-Tang Clan, bro. That's the only rappers that I would want to see. Dude.
And then there could be maybe some rock bands. Maybe Johnny takes Robbie and Miguel to like a rock concert or something.
Yeah. You gotta bring. I'm just saying there was some hip hop music in the 80s, bro. It's so you just gonna ignore that too. Come on, man.
Did you imagine like Johnny, Daniel, like Robbie Miguel going to see Peter Cetera, like or Cetera or something, or then like I don't know if this is a song of his, but it's like sailing takes me away from where I want, and Johnny's like, oh my god.
Loser.
They start playing some Run DMC.
And even Robbie's like, what the hell?
My Adidas.
Yeah, completely. Like, I think, there'll be a lot of cameos, but I think that's normal because Netflix are now more involved with it, so they're gonna do it because, it's just business,
No, hell no. After that album, you keep him the hell away.
Listen, Drake ruined that photo of Kobe and LeBron, and keep that motherfucker away from my shit.
You bring him back in a Degrassi spinoff or whatever that they got going on over there. You get
Damn.
You get him the hell away from Cobra Kai.
Good, it's your guys' time
not
to
Cobra Kai material. He's not even NBA material. He's not even NBA material. That last album, it was terrible. Get him away.
Then again, you guys, but then again, what if he makes an appearance wearing a Raptors jersey?
I don't give a damn. Get him out of here.
I love Jacob.
Get him out of here.
Now I see you guys like doing it. It's kind of funny.
So if Drake, we realize if Drake makes an appearance in Cobra Kai, that's when they just go like it's gonna have bad luck.
No, Jacob, he is bad luck. Whatever team or person he supports in sports, they lose.
He's like the Kardashian curse.
And then does he bring the microphone close to Mike and does he go?
He leaves and walks away like an idiot.
No, he does there's a game Rhea.
Dude, he goes out. I remember when he came out to the Conor McGregor fight with that Irish flag. I was like, "All right, Khabib is definitely winning."
He went when Heat versus Spurs 2014 finals. Sported the Heat. They lost.
I remember
she lost.
I remember when Drake tried to take a picture with Floyd and he just told him, "Nope, go there." Like,
oh yeah, he also supported McGregor when they were fight. He was about to fight Mayweather. He was gonna lose anyway, but he lost.
Wow. God damn.
Look, bro.
The hell after that last album, you keep him the hell away from Cobra Kai.
Too sexy for my shirt.
Keep him away from Marvel and Matt Reeves' Batman universe. Keep him the hell away. I don't want him over there. Get him away. Get him out of here.
Is that another rumor?
Everybody and Drake makes an appearance.
Don't even. I'm just putting it out.
Oh, you're just putting out the law of attraction.
Don't even.
But what if
law of attraction?
What if I want him in?
No exceptions. Get him out of here.
So what happens if Drake wears a Cobra Kai shirt?
Then we're screwed. Netflix is gonna cancel it, like they cancel all these shows.
Oh, that would be bad. That would suck.
See, you see what I'm getting at here. See,
yeah, but then again,
yeah, good boy,
Smith. So
I don't want him to play Miles. I want Dallas Young.
So what if Drake plays Miles Morales?
What's that?
Then we're all gonna die. All right. I mean, we're all screwed anyway. What the hell's going on over there? What are you doing, Jacob?
Is it Misty?
Anyway, keep Drake from Marvel. Keep Drake away from Marvel, Cobra Kai, and Matt Reeves' Batman universe. Okay, keep him away. He can go to Degrassi. They can that reboot, whatever they got going on over there. Put him on like the Degrassi reunion or movie or whatever they plan on doing. Put him in Grey's Anatomy. For
Grey's Anatomy? Wow, we're going that. We're going there.
That's what he deserves.
But like on a serious note,
oh Jesus! I thought it was just a bloody car flipping, crashing into the side of the road because someone can't drive. Carry on.
They're drunk.
Jesus Christ, man!
I just want to say one thing to like most of
never a dull moment on this area. Carry on.
I think y'all guys are way too hard on Julie still. Because like me and RJ was talking about this.
I'm in the camera. I don't mind. I'm not against.
I don't know. Remember when we were talking about like some of the fans were like being too hard on Julie all the time or whatever, and like they said that because her movie sucks, that's why she doesn't need to be in the universe.
This one person said that.
But this is where.
But then again, you guys worship Terry Silver though. I'm just saying.
Like I think I think what's important here is to see what element Julie can serve the story. And I think Julie can add another layer to this story that wasn't there before.
And also can be a mentor to some of the characters.
Yeah.
And you mean tell me you wouldn't want the Miyagi stuff?
And let's be real. They're going to bring everyone back by the end of it. Like,
by the way, like she is the female GOAT. Without her, you have none of your female characters.
You don't have Sam or the creators got inspiration for Sam and Tori because of Julie. Come on.
Yeah, this is true.
You mean to tell me you wouldn't want to see Julie alongside Daniel and Johnny? Come on.
Dude, on. Dude, no, what they need to do is they need to have a Miyagi-Do episode with Julie, Chosen, and Daniel. And they go,
come on. That would be awesome.
Come on, man.
That's awesome.
Come on.
You can't tell me you don't want that.
I mean, yeah, but we don't need Dugan back. If I'm being honest.
We don't need Dugan back.
We don't need Dugan back. I'm just saying that you guys are going to disrespect the female.
It's kind of, it's not disrespectful. It's just a violation to the other apprentice of Miyagi, if you know what I mean. Like, it's like, come on, like, she's the other apprentice. Let's give her flowers. Her movie's on.
The writers know how to make her character better. They did it with Terry Silver. They gave him a reason on why he was acting a fool. I'm just saying. They gave you a reason. They humanized John Kreese. Humanized him.
I'll take credit for this.
Go ahead. Bask in your glory, Jacob.
Yeah, credit. I'll credit.
Jacob is
like that. Come on. I mean,
full on thing of tea right here.
Have the writers ever disappointed us? Okay, they know what to do with these characters. They are fans like us. Give them a shot.
But they also don't let their fandom cloud their filmmaking judgment.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They find the balance of both, which is important. And each legacy character that's come back thus far has either had a whole, like an epic entrance and a whole season worth of story. And then an epic entrance and a whole season worth of story, or they add a new dynamic to the show that wasn't there before.
Because the most thing that I keep on hearing is, well, I don't like Julie Pierce's story because the movie's not good. Well, by that logic, Karate Kid 3 wasn't good, so
Terry shouldn't have come back.
Terry should have come back.
I said this yesterday, didn't I? I said this yesterday, 2 days ago.
Credit to RJ for saying that.
I did say this. I mean, come on, people.
Bask in it.
Come on. Just give him a chance. Jesus. Don't be an asshole. Come on.
Yeah, they're gonna bring everyone back by the end anyway.
It's like I get it. Her movie wasn't that good, but like, I mean, there was some stuff that we did not.
Look at King. Look at Yinko. Why is he laying down? Look at King. King looks like a King vibing, man. King is vibing.
Carry on. I swear to God, StreamYard, that better be non-copyright. Karen.
No, I'm just saying, like, no, I'm just saying that you guys gotta just let them like do their thing, bro. Like, they haven't disappointed us. There was some stuff that we didn't like in season 4, but overall, it's still a good season. The whole entire series is still
just watchable. To back off your point, King, like, it would just be so cool to see the apprentices of Miyagi-Do. Like, you've got Sato's like, one in Chosen, Daniel, and then the female one in Julie. Like, it would just be cool to see the three of them, And I don't think Chosen's going anywhere. So, and each legacy character that they brought in is still here. So,
And think about it. You got Julie Pierce, the one that could teach Sam, Tori, Devin, and Aisha a couple of moves, just one episode, maybe 2 or whatever. Like,
it hasn't got to be a whole season. It could be just an appearance.
Just why not, people? You have
at least
no
have her
real
appear.
reason that
Even
you don't
only a
want her to be
3-episode arc. Have her appear.
I'm sorry, I gotta call out you haters out there. You have no real reason why you don't want her in. You just hate the movie.
You're
using that logic. You can't use that logic.
Like Nickelback and stuff is that it's just herd mentality. Where because it's popular opinion, we don't.
Most of these people probably don't get pussy. That's why.
Jesus Christ. Because most people don't think for themselves. They sort of follow the sheep mentality of, because everyone else has said it, I've got to say it. You were given a brain for a reason. Feel free to use it now and then.
I'm just playing, but seriously, the Julie hate doesn't make sense because she wasn't the problem with the film. Just stop being toxic. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, they could give her character closure as well. Yeah. I don't think Aisha's coming back.
I don't think she's coming back, but
I think they writ her out. Like, I think what that scene literally was to basically, not just close up the whole Sam Tori thing with Aisha, but to round it off in a way that gave it closure, but to set Aisha's story with a happy ending, if that makes sense. Like, I don't see her coming back.
Aisha's at peace with,
Yeah. I think with the way the show's gone, I don't see where Aisha fits in now.
I mean, maybe at the in-game fight, she comes back.
Yeah,
the
in-game fight.
Comes back and she goes, "Oh, you want some of this?
You want some of this?"
You know, Sam just gives her a call or whatever. Hey, yo, Aish, we need
for the endgame fight. We're fighting for this. We're getting all hands on deck. Perfect timing. We're going
all in.
Yeah,
dude, just imagine like Tori and like Sam are like surrounded by cobras, and then Aisha just comes out of nowhere and just like start like soo.
She on Miguel, like she just
beating the shit out of everyone.
You guys can't keep up, like.
I can do this all day.
Fuck this all day. Thanks for the donation, Terry Silver Slytherin Kai 66. You're badass. And absolutely for the endgame fight, they go all in, like everyone. Hell, you could get Amanda and Carmen, like all the ladies. You get
everybody fight. You can bring back
Amanda,
Bobby,
Carmen, Shannon, Yaya, Daniel's mum. All of them like putting headbands on, ready to smack Silver or something.
That would make more sense than the Avengers scene in with the females.
Hey, speaking of going all in,
Hey, he's back.
Yes, motherfucker.
The man, the myth, the mamba. My brother.
What's up, everybody? Oh man,
my brother from another mother.
Darius dressed up like he's about to do
with endgame fight in Cobra Kai. We go all in, all hands on deck.
Darius dressed up like he's ready for a GTA mission. What's my next task?
You know, the jewelry store mission. I gotta.
Nice.
I like that mission in that game.
Nah, that mission sucks, bro.
I actually kind of enjoyed it. I don't know why. Hard though. Challenging.
Mr. Darius.
Oh man, how are you, Darius? Sir?
Had to jump in here for a little bit.
That's what's up, bro.
Well, but yes, now that yes, perfect. Because I was talking earlier about quantifying sources and why it's so important that you got to check your source before running with rumors.
Check yourself for you wreck yourself.
You know, like we've got like Mike Zeros running rampant nowadays.
Oh God, don't get me started on that guy.
Yeah, exactly. So you see, like what I mean is like where the amount of BS that guy spat out over the last few years and nothing's fucking happened. There's now, more of that nowadays because
how is his channel not been deleted?
Wait, who is this?
How is his channel allowed to exist? I don't know.
It should have been reported a while ago for spreading misinformation.
You can.
That's literally all he does. He just lies like every day.
Like he literally, like the green screen that you've got now, Shamoon. He literally loads up. Like this is a Mike Zero video. So he goes, "Welcome to the video. I've got some exciting news that Ben Solo is coming back from the dead, and that Bob Iger is personally overseeing this. And this was 2 years ago, and he's still dead. So, yeah,
he's made like how many times can Kathleen Kennedy get fired and then get an extension? I don't understand that. How many times can she get fired, bro? I don't understand.
Yeah. This is why quantification is so important. But we were basically discussing like if Julie Pierce joins the show, what element and dynamic would she bring to it?
You know what? Like, I would like it to be a little different than like how Chosen is. Yeah, I feel like they need to mix it up in terms of like how just like a Mike Barnes comes, like we know he is, but if he comes around, I want it to be different than how like Terry Silver came back and how Chosen came back. Like, you got to introduce some variety, I guess. So maybe she
keep
plays
it
like a different type of role. Like maybe it's not that she has like a different
maybe it's not like a game changing thing. Maybe it's something simple.
Maybe Daniel already knows her and keeps in touch with her. Like, we don't know.
Yeah.
So I was saying, like, I think it'd be really cool if you just had the three of them together, just in a scene together. Like,
all three Miyagi-Do styles.
All three Miyagi-Dos. Like, I mean, as much as this show does a good job with the new kids, like having like the three legacy apprentices. I mean,
like what they do, like they go to the graves of Mr. Miyagi and Sato, and like they do like their little memorial of them in Okinawa.
Could do that. And this show's all about it respecting, like, as much as the name's Cobra Kai, like, you know, it's done a great job at respecting the Karate Kid mythology and honoring Miyagi's legacy. Yeah, so I think
why I feel like it's kind of not complete without Julie, because like the movie or not, she's still a part of Mr. Miyagi's legacy that still hasn't touched on yet. So
Also, Darius, we were saying that like it's kind of funny that everybody says they don't like the movie because the movie was bad, but they keep on forgetting about Karate Kid 3. How do you feel about that?
That's my point. Karate Kid 3 is a bad movie, bro. It's only saved by Terry Silver. That's literally it. It's a bad movie. Yeah. Even with him in it, it's still not a good movie.
It's on Philly now.
People wanted Terry Silver back. Why can't we have
it? Looks better now because of season 4.
Terry Silver. It's like Karate Kid 3 is a bit, you know, but.
You could just argue. I mean, you could just say number 1 and 2 are the best ones, and then everything else is just crap.
Everything else is just much lore. You know, it's just lore expansion, is what. It's just additional lore.
Yeah, we didn't really need Karate Kid 3, but we got it.
So we got it. That's too bad. Terry Silver quote.
So what we're trying to say is keep that same energy.
Yeah.
Like the worst thing about Next Karate Kid is just boring. Like there's nothing really that bad about it. It's just kind of boring.
Yeah, it's just really like, what if karate was babysitting? Like it's, you know, and go
what they could have done to like try to make the movie good is that they could have got Ralph Macchio in it just to make like one little opinion.
The movie needed a Daniel
Kid that makes me crack up. There's like a trash can that's on fire or something. I'm like, what the fuck is this?
Oh yeah, also the Alpha Leader crazy, bro. They like tried to kill people and stuff.
They also tried to do some other things, but we can't.
Yeah, like this dude had like some type of fatal attraction with Julie. It was kind of weird.
Moving on.
No, it's shot like Mortal Kombat or something. Why is there a trash can on fire?
Because it was the 90s. Because it was the 90s, Jacob. That's why.
It was the 90s, Jacob.
And it had this weird camera angle where it would like go like this, like that.
It was edgy, man.
It was the 90s. It had to be extreme and edgy.
But the camera would go like this.
Bro, she straight up did like Jean-Claude Van Damme off of Kickboxer and Bloodsport, where he had her eyes closed with dirt, and she still won. Like, come on.
Did y'all see that? Did y'all see that anime kick style that she did? She's like, shit.
Yeah, Julie was OP.
That was funny.
Yeah. And another thing
as well, it's the determination. Yes, it's like
Julie and now me and Shamoon were talking about this. Julie wasn't even like a Mary Sue character. She worked for everything that she did.
That's
so like you guys really can't hate her.
She's basically prototype Tori anyway. She's basically like, Tori before
like
Tori.
An anime character. Kick that motherfucker.
Pretty much, if you like Tori, you should like Julie. She's just the older version.
Very similar.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying. But once again, you guys are entitled to your opinion. Your wrong opinion, but entitled to your opinion.
I mean, like, if you were to ask me, like, let's just say we didn't know the characters that have come back from the movies, just out of for instance, if you were to ask me what characters I would want to come back, like, aside from obviously Kreese and Daniel and Johnny, let's leave them out of it, but any others, obviously next on the list would be Terry Silver, Mike Barnes, you know, Chosen, then Julie. Like, they've done it, I think, in the order that people want these characters back. And I think that's what's so fundamental about it and why it's so successful.
Yeah, they kind of done it in the order of the movies, which is weird.
Yeah.
And they've also done it, I think, in the way, and this could be controversial, but I think in the way of popularity as well.
Yeah. Kreese, then Chosen, then
Kreese, then Chosen and Kumiko, then Ali, then, you know, Silver. Chosen.
So like the next ones is going to be Barnes and Jessica.
Yeah, or Mike, then Julie, then Jessica. But Jessica,
someone said this a long time ago that I think Jessica could be retconned to be in the story. You know how Daniel has those pots for his bonds.
Yes,
that's perfect.
Yeah.
That's a perfect way.
I stand by that line where it's literally he's getting a delivery of bonsai trees and she makes the pots for the trees. That's it. You can just have in a throwaway scene. You're like, hey Jessica, what's up?
They just know each other.
However, that Freddy dude, I hope he's living a very rough life.
Well, they kind of teased him in season 2. He owns a meat locker, so do with that what you will.
Snaky friend.
He owns a meat locker. I don't know if he's doing that well.
what an arsehole. But oh yeah, I won't be your friend now. And then he's like, oh, I'll show up at the tournament. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, get out of here.
Great friend.
That bastard ain't a real one.
No, he ain't. He ain't a bro. He ain't.
Yeah, he ain't real.
No, he's one of them Tottenham fans that just show up for the sake of it, you know.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, you suck. All right, come on.
And goes to Man City. Really, no one
Thank you, sir. $5 again. Let me play another video. I need some more videos.
Hello there.
Hello there.
And
I like how Kenobi says it, though.
Hello? Big doo-doo this time. No!
Why does it sound like Raimi's theme playing when Luke says no?
No!
It's a snippet of it.
Yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't help it. But yeah, no, I completely agree. I think when Julie's brought back, it can. So thanks for the $5, Terry Stiller. I appreciate you, dude. You're a real one. Raise a toast, everyone. It will be done in a way that serves the story, and I think what makes me feel even better about it is the creators have given us no reason to not trust them. You know,
Exactly.
So we're in good hands.
That's all we're just saying.
Why people so are worried?
You
crazy.
guys
there hasn't been one reintroduction
good.
that's been handled badly. Like they handle all the reintroductions very well. They don't just show up. Like they give them context what they've been doing. So it's not like they show up.
It's not like it's like, hey, Chosen's back in the valley. Hey, what's up, Daniel? It's like, you know, it's like, you know, hey, it's like it gives them more nuance to the situation.
They even gave Kreese, who was a black and white villain, and Terry Silver, who was just like a black and white villain from the 80s. They gave them context, so I'm not worried.
I was coked out of my mind.
That one line explains so
much. A teenager. It sounds crazy just talking about it. I was so happy they did that.
That was
because I was just wondering, is he gonna come back as like that crazy? That's right, Johnny.
I'm glad they didn't do that.
I'm glad it was like a slow burn. It was tragic, kind of.
Yeah,
what he did because it's
like
a
throwaway scene.
Really, Terry Silver really wanted to just live his life.
And when we think about it, it wouldn't really have made sense if he was still crazy. Because, like, if he was, first of all, he wouldn't be able to get away with doing that in this day and age. Like all the stuff he was doing.
I was just about to say, he's
I would have
be
taken
in
someone
this
to get
type
back
of.
involved in the karate stuff if he was
He
still.
would have been in a straight white jacket doing this, like.
Oh yeah.
Whatever you say, Johnny.
Like,
yeah, Johnny.
Where's Johnny? Is the future yet, Johnny?
He's in
Like,
the
literally
Sounds like Pennywise.
Sounds
like Pennywise, Jacob.
Oh Jesus.
Hey, he might end the show that way. He might be locked up.
Don't bring that guy up. Don't bring that guy out. Sorry, Netflix really wound me up the other day recommending that bitch ass to me on the screen. I was sat here editing a video.
Here we go.
Big sweat. Pennywise, fat crystal head just appears on screen.
Here we go.
You know, like those Cadbury. I mean, you'll know, but I don't know if you guys in the States have. You know the Cadbury cream eggs. You know those things.
Yeah.
Like cracking one of those things open. I'd be taking a baseball bat to that piece of shit's crystal ball head. You're like ugly clown Ronald McDonald knockoff.
I feel like Jacob would become Karate Kid 3 Silver or Kreese if he was to kill Pennywise.
Oh god, I would murder that clown, I tell you.
Will you be doing the Terry Silver dance like at the end?
Afro and dragging him back up.
Oh my god! Imagine Terry Silver doing that dance.
It's just like the camera lingers on his face.
That would be funny, bro.
But I mean, imagine the I mean, I can't say it, but you know the video that King that played like out for those people to hear. Like, imagine that playing while Pennywise is dancing. You know the one that
I know.
You remember Shimun, the one in the car with. But yeah, like, I think, you know, when characters are brought in, you know, and the thing is, I don't agree with that. I don't think every cameo should have a purpose. I think sometimes it's okay to just have the like every character that's been brought back has served a massive story changing purpose.
Yeah, I agree with you, Jacob.
I think you can have the odd character like Jessica that's just literally there in a throwaway scene.
You can't make everyone that important. Like with each cameo, it has to be.
If you must have her do something, you can just have her like go on a lunch date with Daniel or something, like him and Amanda. Or something like that.
Like, seriously, Daniel, another freaking one. No, this is all right. This is just a friend from the past. That's it.
It's a friend from work.
It's a friend from work.
It's like, so Amanda's fine with him having all these ex-Cobra Kai people that want to kill him coming back.
And then Amanda's past comes in.
But as soon as it's a friend from the old days, then she's like, oh, you know.
She knows Daniel, though. She does the dirty Daniel.
Daniel be a player sometimes. Bad boy LaRusso.
Because he was about to risk it all in that deleted scene, man, with him and Kimiko. Like,
I was like, Daniel, stop listening to that.
You have a wife and kids. You have a wife and kids, Daniel. Think about that.
He was thinking of that Karate Kid 2 song where they were running along the rocks. I was like, Daniel,
I will fight for your honor, or something like that.
Yeah. Peter's like, I know it was the 80s, but Daniel. But I suppose we can sort of leapfrog this into like our next like part with the legacy character. Like our final segment. Which is
okay, guys. So our final segment is, since we already know that there's already three senseis in the dojo, and basically Kreese is gonna be number 4.
He's sensei number 4.
So
number 4.
Obviously, like the dojo, the kids. There's gonna be too many kids, and there's not gonna be not enough teachers. So the way I broke it down is like, you know, you get the best student from each group. So I'm thinking that, you know, and it's just like what Chosen was talking about, like each kid needs to be in the right dojo at the right time. So I believe Tori needs to go with Daniel, Johnny needs to take Robbie,
yes,
Miguel needs to be with Chosen, and Sam should go with Kreese, because that's the closest thing for all you guys that wanted to be in Cobra Kai. So I'm doing a fan thing.
Oh, I like that idea. I like that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Everyone is training with the only person they haven't trained yet.
All right, LaRusso. I'm going to make you into what your dad could never be.
Pretty much.
That's very Palpatine. Vader.
Oh, yeah, Anthony goes with Chosen.
You don't want to become a Lapus.
Man, Chosen smack that. He's gonna smack.
And I see the Payne brothers going with Johnny.
Oh, that'd be funny. Sean and Johnny would be funny.
Like, I mean, yeah, this is the thing. Like, in regards to the Payne brothers, just on a quick side note, like they'll be in Cobra Kai for a bit, but I don't see them staying there. Like,
be in Cobra Kai because season 5 needs to have bad guys in it for at least some time.
Like season 5 they'll be in it, but I think season 6, like I think, get them out of there. Like I want villains in there. Like I don't want Sean. I want Kenny home on my side.
Think about Sean is like, if they wanted to make him a villain, they could have left him that way, because in season 3 he just was. But
they gave him Gray.
The story with
gave him Gray
protecting Kenny thing. Like they didn't have to do that.
I got to do a video on Sean because so many people misunderstand his character completely. It's like I touched upon it in one of my videos where I said the reason why you see him as a thug is because you have to look at the setting he's in. He's in juvie. You don't stay at the top of the food chain in juvie by selling Girl Scout cookies. You do it by a certain
You have to be the tough guy.
You have to be the tough guy. And I think the reason he slammed Angel's head down on the table wasn't against Angel. It was to make a statement to Robbie, because Robbie's new blood. You don't know who's coming in.
Yeah, I mean, think about it from Sean's perspective. Robbie's this kid who comes into juvie, and they know what Robbie did. They know he basically almost killed somebody. So they're like, oh, we got to put on a...
Sean looked at him right after. He looks at him
They
straight
put on
away.
a tough front for this new kid. This new kid knows
Poor
karate.
Angel, though.
And that was him testing
Redemption
Robbie,
for Angel.
right? He tested Robbie.
Angel deserved better.
Redemption for Angel. Which
He
Angel?
should join a dojo.
No, not you. You're talking about the one in that juvie, man.
But,
Yeah. Angel didn't deserve that, bro. He got
He
fucked.
might be one of the villains that joined Silver's dojo in season 6.
Yeah, beat Sean's ass.
He's gonna be the final. He's gonna be the final boss.
He's like empanadas, eh?
Angel.
The thing with Sean, he's a character I never thought I mean, he's in Walking Dead, the actor, and then he's in Cobra Kai. That gave it away. He ain't gonna just be here for the one-off. He's quite a well-rounded actor, so he can stand his own with that.
Get him out of the Walking Dead. Put him in the.
And he was such a fan favorite in season 3. I mean, look at the memes he even created. That's my table, homie.
That's my table, homie.
They even put him in the game, in the Cobra Kai game.
The thing is, he was more notable in the game before the series. People were already interested.
If
so
you're setting up if you're setting up Silver to be the Thanos villain of this show with evil doppelgangers, just imagine a team of the lads, right? Of the lads like this. Let's Miguel, Robbie, Hawk, Sean, Kenny, Dimitri.
But you also get another big black dude to counter Sean.
Yeah.
But Chris is, no offense to Chris or anything, but Sean is just mean.
Even meaner being
Silver.
Big scary black man coming out of.
What we got a dude that
Chris to join Silver. He's like, hey, you see the way he smacks the board in season 4? He's like, bah! I'm like,
What if we got a dude that was twice the size of Chris, like in terms of height, like nearly 7 foot, and much bigger?
An NBA player?
Chris,
why don't they just
Zion Williams?
Why don't they just recruit
Zion Williams?
LeBron up in there. Get LeBron.
I'm sorry, Zion's in the show. No one is beating Zion in the fight.
No one's beating Zion. He knows karate.
No.
Wait,
not Johnny or Daniel either.
No. What you do? Hold on. What you do is you get that dude.
Zion and Peyton.
You get that dude that Bert got a punch on in the tournament. You bring him over.
Oh, that dude.
Oh, that big tall mofo. Ooh.
Yeah, that dude was tall.
That's a big whiteboard coming down the road now.
So how do you see like Sean? How do you see like Sean and Kenny and Robbie doing their training though? If they're working with Johnny.
Oh, I've got a nice little dance. That's not the real cut. But like I just think that I don't want them to undo the respect that is formed between Sean and Robbie. I want more of that. Like I really think that's.
I think they're gonna go back on it a little bit, but then it'll be the thing where Sean doesn't misunderstand.
Like because Robbie's out the valley, so Sean will join Cobra Kai 100%.
Yeah, Silver's gonna lie about what happened and be like,
yeah.
This is
then
I
think Sean will put Sean to his own.
It'll take him a while to put 2 and 2 together, but he'll eventually.
Yeah, he'll do it. You know, he'll see through Silver's BS, and I think it's the reasoning that they gave him, you know, for defending Kenny in the house, where it's like they put that there, and I'm like, they've got that there for a reason.
But like, I think Eli might be in trouble next season because Kenny's gonna be like
Eli and Sean. That's the Valley.
This dude slammed me against the wall.
This mofo right here slammed me to the wall.
Yeah.
And then Sean's gonna be like, wait, who?
Yeah,
this dude.
Like imagine like Kenny's like ordering.
Sean. I think Sean will backdoor Hawk, bro. Like Hawk is gonna be like especially a little cocky.
Especially if Eli's
in terms of the cockiness,
a little cocky nowadays because he won the tournament. Maybe he's like.
In terms of that, I want them to be very careful because they've overplayed that quite a lot with him. Like I don't want them to repeat that arc again.
Yeah.
But maybe this is about him.
Me personally, I think Hawk's arc is done.
For the most part, it is.
You never know. You never know.
Yeah.
So maybe now it can be more about his past catching up with him, like his past actions as Hawk are starting.
Yeah, maybe now we actually see what we wanted in season 4, where it's like him truly embracing the Miyagi-Do legacy, coming to terms with what he's done and stuff. And then, you know, with no Robbie there to give the context to the situation, Sean and, you know, no, like, let me rephrase that. Kenny and Silver are going to put all these ideas in Sean's head. And he's going to go and probably try and confront Robbie about it, try and find him, come across Eli, and it comes a misunderstanding, and then them two start duking out.
Yeah.
And what if like Robbie and Eli, this is their way of becoming like having more respect for each other? Because
that could be it.
It could be that Silver F's up by making this drama with Sean, thinking that Robbie's the reason why. Yeah. And I think Robbie's going to say it, Silver put this stuff into his head, but then I think Silver's going to get to him first.
Yeah.
And then it'll be like that scene where Amanda tries to put a restraining order on Kreese, but he already got there first.
Yeah.
Silver's right to it, I mean, look at the philosophy he has. He cheated in the tournament. He wanted to make sure they win at all costs. So he bribed the ref. Same kind of principle here. He'll get to Sean first, get to his head about Kenny. Might be his weakness because Silver knows how to get to someone's weakness.
Like on that, the way the season will play out, like Sean will be looking at Kenny, he'll be like, "Shit, look at you, little bro. You got some balls now."
Yeah.
And as the season progresses, he'll start to what the hell happened to you?
Maybe there's a scene where Kenny's beating up Anthony really badly, and Sean's like, "Hey, bro, that's enough, bro. Stop." And then
like he's starting to see like blood, like starting to see blood on Kenny's hands. He says like, bro, that you don't need to do.
And that goes back to what Daniel told Robbie. He was like, "You're gonna have some kids pour blood. You're gonna have some poor kid's blood all over you. You're gonna wonder how it got there."
It might not be Anthony. It's gonna probably be some random kid that like accidentally bumps into Kenny, and then
starts taking. It's one of Anthony's friends.
I was gonna say, what if one of Anthony's friends gets beaten up by like
the curly haired one?
Oh yeah, the blonde hair kid.
I'm sorry, that character deserves it, bro. He started it at every point, bro. I'm sorry.
Because they're gonna probably how Cobra Kai does it. They're gonna be walking or whatever, and then like say the little blonde kid accidentally runs into Kenny, and he's just like, "What is?" Like he's like, "What are you about to do?"
He tries to do a Freddy situation where he's like, "Hey,
he tries to be buddy to him now," and then Kenny's like,
just like, "Piece of shit to you," and then just beats him up.
Like he puts it.
Where's RJ gone? He's got a bit mad.
Kenny, where have you gone? Oh god, he's gonna go do it.
He want to go punch him in the face.
He's gonna go punch him right in the face.
Like, Mom, I'm gonna go beat
So, how do you guys feel about like Miguel getting chopped by Chosen?
I think this ties into what I was saying.
Listen, I would be happy to be taught by him.
Very happy. I think that as much as each student might learn from a sensei individually, I think, and I stand by this, I think Eagle Fang should be taking a break for a little while, and I think everyone should all just be at Miyagi-Do. And I think that opens the door for Chosen to teach Robbie, hey, I wanted to kill someone, You did it accidentally. You can still make this right.
I think what might happen this season is
he can teach Miguel like the offensive side of Miyagi-Do. He can help Sam really, take that loss and overcome it. He can help Tori sort of find that balance in her life. He can get Anthony straightened out. And he can help Hawk really grow into, the next evolution of Hawk, if that makes sense. So I think, having them all in one dojo is best for a character like Chosen.
I'm just saying, you just want to make it
like. I think Daniel might just form a new form of karate because his whole arc is like Miyagi's told him like one day you're gonna make your own way.
Yeah.
And then he said, I learned from you. He said, you do now, but Johnny, you're going to take what you learned from me.
That's where Johnny and Daniel create their own dojo on their own.
So it's going to be one that focuses equally on defense and offense.
Perfectly balanced.
Yeah.
And the beauty of this is you've got Johnny and Daniel who both believe in left and right. And then you've got Kreese and Chosen who are a bit older who believe in left and right. You've got like the generations past, generations next, and then the next generations, like all kind of it works.
Yeah, Chosen's kind of in the middle between
Chosen's feeling like that Miyagi sort of role.
He's kind of in the middle. He's not all defense, not all offense either.
Like if Miyagi was like he would be in that role of the show. But
do you know what? I actually think if Miyagi saw the shit Daniel was doing, like with Johnny in season 4, he would genuinely do the pressure points on Daniel.
Give him a smack.
And he'd be Daniel-san, you listen now.
No, he will lock Johnny and Daniel in a room and make them talk to each other. That's what he would do.
Yeah.
Or what they would do, Chosen and Miyagi will just agree to beat the shit out of them.
Yeah, they'd be like, neither one of you are leaving until you talk.
Yeah.
Somebody just has to apologize. I think if Johnny just apologizes to Daniel, everything's going to be good.
Yeah.
Because it's that simple.
Just be like, I'm sorry for 1984. That's really all you had to say.
I'm sorry for being such a
little twat.
Legend.
Daniel should be like, I'm sorry about the rent thing and not listening to you.
You give me rent.
Give me rent.
Give me rent.
You pay more rent, yeah. No, you get to charge me more rent because I should be. So he kept his stuff in it for free. He's like, I should have been charging you rent.
Johnny should have said you get your rent when you fix this damn door. That's what he should have said.
Yeah.
You get this rent when you respect the Eagle Fang.
Respect's a two-way street.
Yeah.
You want forgiveness?
Oh, could you imagine? I just had a thought. You
Miyagi.
know the bottle flick thing that Johnny does? Just imagine if Chosen and Johnny, when they meet, and Chosen just does the same thing. And he's like, I like you. Why didn't I fight you?
Chosen does know about drunk Americans because he was around the military base.
What if Chosen catches it and he just does it back to Johnny and hits him on the head?
Hits Johnny in the eye.
He's just like, you always look eye.
Him and Chosen are definitely gonna have a conversation about Daniel while it's gonna be like a throwaway scene where Daniel's just walking in on them and then they're just like smiling and laughing or whatever.
Johnny and Chosen are just conversating. They're like, yeah, Daniel, he was a real piece of shit back in the day. Yeah, even though I tried to.
He tried to ruin my business.
Johnny's gonna be like, what do you tell me you got into a fight to the death of Russo?
I've got a feeling that Chosen is gonna get drunk with Johnny and they're gonna have cause. And then like Daniel's gonna be like, Chosen? You okay? He's like, this one, I like this blonde one.
Oh, dude,
you can't tell me Chosen hasn't gotten drunk before. He taught American soldiers. It's all American soldiers.
There's a good analogy I could use where there's a scene in Doctor Who where the current companion meets an older companion and then they both bicker with each other. But then they start bonding over the fact that they laugh at the stupid things that the Doctor does. So it'd be like Chosen and Johnny sitting there, start drinking, and they're both just taking the piss out of Dan. And then he walks in, and then they're laughing, like they can't stop laughing. He's like, "What the hell's going on? I'm trying to train the students here." And they're like, and they both flick the bottle caps in.
Yeah.
Like, get out of here.
Oh, he just goes, or Chosen goes, "Do you want a cause?"
Oh, that would be so good.
That would be
so
just
good.
something that
number
Johnny
one beer in Okinawa. Really?
It's like, you don't have fruit in your beer. Good. Unlike him, you have fruit in your beer, Daniel-san. Shame to Miyagi, though. Oh, that would be jokes. Oh,
there's so much.
I'm interested for that dynamic, just like to see them like picking on Daniel. It would just be funny.
Yeah.
It would just.
And
be
so,
hilarious.
as far as like Daniel teaching Tori, his stepdaughter. I'm just kidding.
I think he could actually because people forget that Daniel lost his dad to some sickness. We don't know what it was.
Yeah, they'll have a bonding moment.
Probably cancer. Like I think that's what they imply it was. But like he was really young when it happened, but he could probably relate to Tori loses her mom, especially. He could probably relate to her a little bit about
because he did have to take over while Lucille was still working too.
As I said before, I think the moment in Karate Kid 2 when Daniel comforts Miyagi, like that same soundtrack will play as Tori's mum passes away, like, and then Daniel's comforting her.
And then maybe Tori can learn that that Daniel didn't grow up rich at all. So maybe that'll like change how she looks at Sam a little bit. She'll be like, oh.
Because people forget that like Sam grew up with Amanda and Daniel while they were broke. Like no one doesn't remember that part.
Yeah, they just opened a dealership up, and then she was pregnant with Sam. So like they hadn't really established themselves yet. So they really probably weren't even that rich yet. They just opened it up.
Because like when you're a business owner, you broke 90% of the time when you first started out.
Yeah, we just opened up. You just bought that land and you bought the building. So that's a big purchase. You don't have money like that.
You're like in the red for the like 5 or 6, maybe 10 years.
Yeah, until you can accrue enough to have a good turnover.
Yeah,
you make all that back. So I can definitely see that, Jacob. Like Tori's like breaking down. I'm trying not to break down because she doesn't want to break down in front of her brother or whatever.
Yeah,
and then like Daniel comes by and they have a talk about it.
Yeah,
I think
and like because like he could see the anger in Tori, and he says like, I think I can help you out. Like like calm down and go. Because she only got like the one-on-one part of Miyagi though. She hasn't like fully know
She knows the move. She knows the move.
Doesn't know the philosophy.
She doesn't know the philosophy.
Chosen is such a great addition because there's characters like Tori, Robbie,
Eli,
and Eli that could definitely benefit from learning that kind of form of Miyagi-Do because they'll realize
he can help so many people. He can even help Sam because Sam's
there's literally no better
Anthony's gonna have a big influence on Anthony. I think it will come to a point where maybe the students appreciate Chosen more than Daniel in a way because Chosen's bringing more to the table by showing Miyagi-Do fully, whereas Daniel's like, just defense. Now he's willing to embrace offense, but through Chosen.
Yeah, I think Chosen will teach Daniel. He'll teach Daniel how to be a better sensei, and then he'll leave at the end of the season. And then Daniel will be like a better sensei.
On the points that you were making there, Anthony's always been interested in the more offensive stuff that Miyagi-Do has.
That's what I said in my new video.
So, it just makes sense, Chosen is literally coming in at the best time because his fighting style matches everything that Sam was learning. His philosophies match everything that Robbie, Miguel, and Tori have gone through. And his discipline is exactly what Anthony needs. It's
plus,
he's in the middle.
He's called him at the biggest time he probably needed.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Kreese called his buddy,
and it's something that Terry Silver cannot anticipate. He doesn't know about Chosen.
Yeah, because ironically, even though Terry was called upon by Kreese in the sense, he didn't think about that in his mind. Daniel could do the same thing because he just sees Daniel as this arrogant little shit that he's gonna wipe off the map.
He doesn't know anything.
He doesn't think that Daniel would ever ask for help, but he does.
Yeah. He doesn't think Daniel's gonna do that.
Yeah.
He doesn't
just
think
like they didn't think Kreese. They didn't think Kreese was gonna do that. They didn't think that Daniel was gonna do it.
People would assume that there isn't anything other to Miyagi-Do than just an old man and a kid.
You know what? I think Silver's gonna bite his own ass when he realizes that Daniel is going to embrace Cobra Kai because he said you got a little bit of Cobra Kai in you. That's going to come full circle.
He hides behind you with Miyagi-Do.
Yeah, it's kind of like how in No Way Home, Goblin was trying to get Peter to let go to stop holding back, and then he stopped holding back, and then Goblin was like, "Oh shit!"
I love that example I gave.
Yeah, he was shitting himself probably.
I love that example I gave of that because it works. Seeing Daniel erupt to a point where he's beating the crap out of Silver physically,
and also he says, "You wanted Cobra Kai? Here you go," and then he just gives him the hammer.
Because anger is always.
But then you see Silver actually smile while Daniel's pounding his face into the floor. He's like, "Yes, Daniel, yes, do it."
You know what? It'll be like the season 3 fight where Johnny just starts punching the hell out of Kreese.
Goes
and he gets his flashbacks,
and even more so on him as well. And then as much as Julie, Chosen, and Johnny have their defensive side, Julie has that kind of Tory kind of nature of aggression.
She's naturally an aggressive fighter.
Yeah, Chosen knows the offensive side of Miyagi-Do inside and out, and Johnny's inclination is to strike first. So Daniel is now fully surrounded. If Julie is to come. But as of this moment, Chosen and
in a sense, Daniel's got
he's fully surrounded by it now.
He's got the full version of Miyagi-Do around him with the teachings from Julie, and
that does happen. Chosen. It would be very poetic if Kreese or Johnny is the one that pulls him off. So that shows they learn the value of mercy.
I think Kreese is going to do it. I think Kreese is actually going to be the one, or it could be Johnny. But I think Kreese, in a sense,
maybe. It would be better.
I don't want you actually doing it.
Yeah, Johnny already knows about mercy, so it'd be better if Kreese did it.
Because we're at a point now in the
that would mean Kreese now gets why, maybe he realizes shit, I shouldn't have ever let this. Because he'll probably think about the Karate Kid, this kid it might all hit him. This kid is now going to this extreme of nearly killing my.
This is all because of me. It's all because I taught Johnny this way.
Yeah.
It all goes back to Kreese. Obviously there's others like Sid and whoever, but it all goes back to Kreese.
What if it's like a Toby Tom moment where Kreese just starts getting Daniel's way, and then what if Silver gets a weapon and then Kreese stands in the way and he actually gets harmed, and that's how they
Silver would do that. So
what if Silver's I've had enough of this Daniel little shit, and then Kreese no, he gets in the way, and
standard
Hollywood. It might sound really I can imagine something happening.
Wait for Kreese to go out. Kreese goes out to fight somebody.
Standard Hollywood redemption. I wouldn't be surprised if he dies.
And then he just dies.
As much as I rag on Hollywood for it, Kreese has got that standard Hollywood redemption written all over him.
He's that type of character.
I actually think that's how it could go down if he he dies like that, it will be at the hands of Silver, and that's when you realize Silver is like.
And this is why season 4 it needed to bury everything and needed to bury all the rivalries, because now we're getting reversals.
That's not important no more.
Yeah,
it's
because now
not
it's
about
also
this bitch and this bitch. It's about
the
whole bitch.
You know,
it's about
And
mission.
those-
You know, it's about drive. It's about power. It's but it's about
collective.
But it's also about reversal. You know, these things are now possible to happen because the rivalries and the petty shit is now out the way.
It's now out the window.
We can focus on the real shit.
This is the end game now.
Yeah.
So I was just about to say, like, for the last part, Kreese teaching Sam, like, how do you see that going? Like, letting Daniel let his former enemy train his daughter. Like,
the only thing about that is it took Daniel a long time to accept Johnny teaching Sam, and he kind of respects Johnny. So if Kreese wants to teach Sam,
I think
he's going to have to.
I think Kreese would have had to have done.
Because the only reason why I say that I want Sam to learn from Kreese is who's the best person that can handle a lot, knows how to lose.
I'll be honest. I think Tori and Robbie. I'll be honest with you.
I'm just saying, like, he'll teach Sam how to, like, it's okay. Like, losing makes you stronger, and that's why you kind of. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because Daniel. First of all, Daniel never lost the tournament, and Johnny lost the tournament and let it destroy his life. So that's not probably not the best.
Yeah, Kreese now understands that it's about how you respond. It's not
Yeah, he'll be the perfect mentor for Sam to learn from. Like, from
also how to control her anger, because she's kind of letting her anger get.
I only think Sam would go to Kreese if Daniel was convinced by Tori and Robbie. If
I think Robbie be the MVP in that. Robbie be like,
I think Robbie will play a big role in that.
Robbie be like, he's a little extreme.
What did they have to do with our boy in season 3? They had to send him to the dark side for this to happen.
Anakin.
I mean, this is for all the fans that want Sam to go to Cobra Kai. Like, listen, like, this is the closest thing.
You won't get her joining the shebang. I don't want that.
Yeah, this is the closest thing.
The writers have trolled us before. They might do that to troll the people that actually thought Sam was going to join Cobra Kai. Like, were like so on it. Because if you think about it, look at the stuff with Ali, the little throwaway thing.
Yeah,
do you remember that scene with that surgeon looked like her, and it turned out it wasn't her. They did that on purpose. The scene with Tori in season 4 when everyone's like, "Oh, she's working in a strip club." From the
they knew what they were doing with that.
And then
for a second, I was like, wait, what? For a second, I was like, wait, what?
That would be so funny.
And then Eli with his purple mohawk and stuff. They were doing.
Yeah, they put it in there for 5 minutes for one scene, and then again,
scene.
I'm like,
that actually kind of was the best color in a way. I gotta say, it was.
That was the best color.
Oh yeah,
because
that looked clean.
Because like I can literally see that this. Like Sam is still like mad about the tournament. And she finds out that Terry took her trophy away. Blah 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 blah. And then like Kreese is just like looking at this like, huh. You know what?
I can use that anger.
You know what, Mr. LaRusso? You beat my prize student plenty of times. I think I can teach that anger inside you and use it for like actual good. Something like that.
I think Sam might be one of the most interesting characters this season because I don't know how she's going to respond to everything. She's either going to be depressed or just like pissed off. It's one of those two things. She's either going to be really mad or be like,
because honestly, I've been seeing a lot of pictures with her and Martin Cove. So like, that's another reason why I've been like kind of.
They never really interacted. I don't think Sam and Kreese have ever talked to each other.
No.
I didn't mean to F up your dad.
Nothing personal, just business.
And then she just gets like, she just has a moment like she did with Johnny, like calling him a lowlife. Like she'll just be like, "You're an old man.
You're an old man who cares about
therapy.
He cares about karate tournaments. Like, why do you care?
Well, you head out the war and get in present day, you old man."
And then he's gonna be saying like, "You know what? I accept that. You still need me."
It's 2019. It's 2019, not 1968. It's your head out of your ass.
This is where Kreese goes. Listen, Lapusso.
Listen here, Lapusso.
I mean, hell yeah.
This is
LaRusso. Anthony. Listen here, Lapusso.
I think Chosen could be detrimental as well. We'll go to the 4-hour mark. Chosen could be detrimental in helping Daniel really come to grips with other people. You know, I think I might do a video on it. I think the reason why, like, and I get why we dislike Daniel for it, but you got to look at it from his point of view. Like, you know, he was raised to believe that Miyagi-Do is the way. And I think, you know, the show still stays true to that. And I think the legacy that Miyagi left on his life, like, I think that's why he's so dead set on upholding that. And I think it's actually quite a sad, tragic thing where it's like, you know, he would feel like he's disrespecting by Miyagi by not upholding it. You know, it's. I think it's an arc that I would like to see just a little bit more, you know, nuance on.
To add to that, it's like
where the hell were you?
He has such a black and white view of Cobra Kai. It's because his experiences in the 80s were black and white with Cobra Kai. Like, all Cobra Kai ever was to him was bad because all his experiences with it was bad. Like Karate Kid 1, getting his ass kicked by Johnny and his friends like every other day. Cobra and Karate Kid 3 is like,
he had this like 6'4" ponytail dude like terrorizing him, and then he had a guy in a leather jacket from a boy.
And then obviously he should be able to see that. He should be able to see that Johnny's way is not that extreme. That's where his mistake is. But that's the thing about trauma. Like sometimes it makes things that are obvious not seem as obvious. It's like
so I gotta ask you this: like, how do you see like Kreese Daniel just like saying that, all right, Kreese, let's team up. How do you think that's gonna like, you know?
I think Bobby might play a role in that. I think Rodney.
You got to go through that Cobra Kai Civil War first. You got to go through that first.
I actually think that Johnny's gonna be the one to convince him because I think Kreese gonna go to Johnny first, and I think that Daniel. Kreese knows Silver best, so he's gonna have to use Kreese.
Yeah,
I think Johnny will convince Kreese that
tactics. You need to
like Daniel will of course be Daniel and be reluctant.
Hell no.
Like he'll be hell no.
He's like,
but I think that he'll use a tactic of Johnny. This would be like a smart, one of those smart Johnny scenes where like he's not dumb, he's not comedic relief. Like
he just says what we're thinking.
Like, come on, let's use him.
Like him and Daniel like struggling for battle tactics. You know, maybe they're talking to Chosen. They're like, "What about Kreese?"
Listen, Danielle.
Really?
Because they can't anticipate what Silver's gonna do. Like they don't know because Silver's unpredictable. So like,
this is like we're talking season 6, people. This is like season 6, not season 5. Season 6, like
season 6.
Yeah, like Kreese is in jail.
Like you will see this season, and I touched on this in my Civil War video. I think you'll see Kreese go at Silver first. Like he'll try and do it and fail. Like I think that's where Mike will be the key. Is Kreese will try, he'll fail, and then he'll.
You know what I see happening though first to add on to your theory. What if Silver goes to visit Kreese in jail and
he will.
He's like he is.
Oh yeah, just to troll him.
Are you thinking of the scene from Batman with Riddler and?
No,
I was thinking that would be a cool like kind of thing. Silver's just like trolling him.
What have you done?
You're gonna regret this.
You're a goddamn psychopath. You're gonna die alone in our.
Oh, dude, there's a great scene.
Instead of saying Bruce Wayne, he's just like.
There's a great scene in I think Oliver Queen sat behind glass and the villain's tantalizing him on the other side of the screen. He starts smashing the window like he wants to go and beat the dude's ass. Like, so it could play out like that.
I am Cobra
Kai.
And now, upon reflection, you remember when Martin Cove tweeted about, the valley belongs to me and it always will. Now we know what he actually means. He doesn't mean...
That's actually a line in the show. When he says that to Silver, he's like, the valley is mine.
Oh, that has to happen.
It's like, not anymore.
If season 5 ends with that shot that I was talking about, think of the season 3 ending shot, but this time you've got Miguel, Robbie, Kenny, Sean, you got them all in there. And then Kreese strolls up at the end, right? And he just says, the enemy of your enemy.
And he's like, with a cigar.
Yeah, because that would be the moment he realizes he was an idiot and didn't realize it sooner.
Like season 3 ending shot was sick.
We could go,
it was amazing, but imagine that.
We could go Shamoon's route where like Johnny's saying the epic speech and he's talking to Daniel and Chosen front camera, and then like at the end you point to Martin Cove, like you just see like him like rolling up the cigar, like.
I mean, hell,
apologies, I'm late.
So things like Johnny, Robbie, and Miguel will come back to the valley.
Oh,
maybe,
that would be badass, man.
Maybe Tori catches Robbie up on what's happened with Kreese. Like, she's like, "Where's Kreese at?" He's like, "Where's Kreese at?" Tori tells him what's happened, and then Robbie tells Johnny and everyone else that Kreese is now basically in the slammer.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then Daniel's saying like, "Good, he can stay there." Like, what?
Bobby needs to interact with him 100%.
Yeah,
Bobby needs to come back.
Do you know what? I think what they could do is if Daniel or Amanda don't bother going, I think it will definitely, because I thought, the nuclear option thing Amanda might suggest it, but I think they will. But Daniel's going to be like, hell no, motherfucker. I ain't going to see that guy in prison.
Yeah.
Sends Robbie.
He got what he deserved. Like, that's what he's going to say.
Could you imagine seeing Robbie? Like,
you get what you read what you sow, King.
Yeah,
you read what you sow.
Like Kreese is sat there at the table, and then Bobby walks around the corner. He's like, "Who have I got? You've got a Mr. John Kreese." But what? He looks at him, and then the flashback. You know, like when Daniel sees Cobra Kai in season 1, episode 2, and then the flashback, like,
off the belt.
Like, and then the deleted scene.
I love those flashbacks
of Bobby throwing the thing on the ground, like that plays when he sees Kreese.
They play the deleted scene,
and then Kreese is like, I want him out of commission. Like that's that whole scene.
Ooh,
or you could just go flashback to where they're in the dojo, and he says like, "Mr. Brown, are you going to keep on using your faith just to like say that you not going to show any mercy towards anybody?"
I think that would be a great episode opener if Bobby's like, "Oh, I've got a new person. Who is it?" And they're like, "John Kreese." He looks at him. The deleted scene plays, and then when the title card goes bang like that.
Yeah,
that's the title. Right?
And you can just see Bobby just say, "What the hell do you
doing?" Calling it early. That's episode 4.
Oh, that'd be funny. And then that'd be funny. You say, "What the hell?" And then Kreese is like, "Language."
Mr. Brown.
Did you just say language?
Mr. Brown.
He does it again. He did it again. Oh my God,
Mr. Brown.
That name again is Mr. Brown.
Literally Kreese. Not Kreese, King. Mr. Brown.
Miguel, get your ass back in it.
He's gonna say like, "I didn't know that you would become a pastor." But then again, you were like always showing people mercy.
He's gonna say, I'm telling you now. He's gonna say, "Since when did you become Professor X, motherfucker?" Canonizing that Kreese is an X-Men fan, and then Carmen is actually Storm.
No, not even. Like, it's like he watches that movie, and then Kreese is like, Magneto teamed up with the X-Men to fight a common enemy. Maybe I could try.
Maybe I should team up with you.
If they do that, then they will 100% listen to the strings. Since King has said that.
He might be like, he might go to Darius and be like, "I need that Lego."
No, you know who's gonna say it? It's gonna be like Dimitri. Like Dimitri's gonna say the pop culture reference. Man, this is sort of like Magneto and the X-Men.
Yeah, I mean, they gave him the high ground one.
Just like if Palpatine was working with us.
They gave him the high ground one, so
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I could just see Johnny just say, like,
"I need a lightsaber."
He's gonna say, "You know what? I mean, this could be like Magneto and the X-Men. We're just the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Who knows?"
The enemy of my enemy is my enemy.
Yeah,
it's still your enemy. The enemy of your enemy is still your enemy.
Imagine he said that instead.
Then again, Dimitri's gonna be the first
your
one.
Enemy is my enemy.
Imagine you say that, and then like Kate Bishop's mum just comes strolling in a car like she smashed.
Oh God, no!
And then King goes flying, and he gets up.
And not even. What's the guy's name with the sword? He's like, "Oh God,
Swordsman."
Oh yeah.
I'm God.
I'm God.
Remember in Hawkeye, Jigger? Like, I'm God.
His man was real life fighting dude. He's real life fighting dude with the sword.
I need to get that video and then play that as the thing.
God.
He's really fighting dude with the sword, bro.
So
Jack is so funny.
Now the dance of the channel. So that's not the real cut. On God.
On God.
Literally, I love Jack in Hawkeye. I just gotta say this because he's just moustache. He always looks like Mario.
I'm gone.
He always looks like
He's
Super
a Better
Mario.
Call Saul. He's a good in that.
Dude, he's just Mario. He's a meme in Hawkeye. The way he smiles and shit.
He was like trolling. Yeah. He's like, I'm not bad, and you just dislike me for like no reason.
He's not bad. He's just a weird dude. Like he's just weird, bro. Like,
on God.
So, like for like the Civil War part, though, like once Kreese fails, do you see like him going to Johnny and Daniel, and then like Daniel's the one that just rejects him straight up and saying like, "Get out."
What I think might happen, it'd be interesting. What if he goes to Johnny first and Johnny rejects him? But Johnny's like, hell no, get out.
You know what I think?
Because I think Johnny's done with Kreese after season 4. Because when he said to him in the hallway, Johnny was like, "We're done here."
Oh, Johnny basically said, "Get you." Cool.
I actually think I'm gonna go the other way. I think they're gonna go to him because I think that they kind of teased how Kreese was broken in episode 1 of season 4, and he was sad, like he thought that he was gonna lose. So what if they actually double down on that in season 6?
To defeat an enemy, you must know them.
And he gets to like he's just down.
Darius, you know that quote. Thrawn.
Johnny is the one that picks him up because he kind of did in season 2.
Yeah.
Oh, that'd be cool.
Like the
yeah, they go back to season 2.
Yeah, since defeat does not exist again.
Because, but also, what if it goes into my theory that because I think Miguel's gonna go to Kreese in some way, shape, or form, and then Miguel convinces Johnny to go to him and like, ask, because I think Miguel's gonna be very like he won't be very different, but I think he's gonna have a different point of view on not just karate,
trust
but
me, Kenny,
life.
Trust me, Kenny, I will.
He might.
He ran away. Okay,
depending on what happens with his pops, I don't know.
Yeah,
like it depends on what happens with his dad.
Yeah.
I think they're gonna. I think that Johnny will go to him because Johnny may say that he's done with Kreese, but he's not done with Kreese. Come on.
Yeah, he still has a soft spot for him. That's his dad.
Come on.
That's his dad, basically.
So, yeah, basically. As we saw in season 2, I mean, that conversation between them and the homeless shelter, I mean.
Honestly, I think what's going to change Johnny's mind is going to be Bobby when Bobby just basically says, everything that Kreese has told me was like the straight up truth. What? I know when Kreese is lying. Like,
Ooh, Jacob, you know that moment in The Walking Dead? No, I hate to bring that show up, but
I'm coughing already.
Jesus. You know when Carl tries to go kill Negan and he sees Daryl? What if there's a moment between like one of the characters, they go to like the jail and they're like they go for like a who knows, like a probation reason or whatever. They make up a reason and they see Kreese there.
Ooh.
And they're like, why is he there and stuff like that? Like
I can see that being Tori.
Yeah.
Like Tori or Robbie go see him.
I can see Johnny going too, because with his Applebee's situation, we don't know what the hell's going on with him.
Yeah, we gotta find out what happened with that.
What the?
Applebee's guy?
Applebee's guy?
What did he say? What did he tell Carmen? He said loaded baked potato soup, and then like it. What did he do?
I'm thinking he was drunk and he went to the kitchen and he
take a piss in it or something. He pissed in somebody's soup.
That's what I think he did. I don't know.
He pissed in the soup.
You know how Johnny gets when he's drunk. He's one of the worst drunks.
Kenny's gonna get a lot of trouble next season, mother.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Sit your vulgar ass down.
Vulgar. Oh, look at you, mother.
What's
Jaden Smith looking mother.
Hey, you're telling me watch my language. Look at him. He's like a sailor.
Jesus.
Whoa. What's your
language? I'm trying to have a casual conversation.
I went over to have a civil conversation with Peacemaker.
Yinko, stop swearing. Jesus.
Batman is up.
Fucking swearing.
Oh no, you know what would be worse? You played that video that I sent Jacob and sent King earlier on.
I would play it, but
no, we gotta do it off screen.
Offline.
I can't, but there is one video I can play.
Please don't play.
There is one I can play. Now, RJ, get your
this video is
sword ready.
too explicit.
Get your sword ready.
Not RJ, because he's underage.
On God.
I love this on God and just the guy. He's just on guard from that.
Yo,
first of all, he's fighting people with a sword.
That episode. We were dying, bro.
He's fighting people in the sword.
Doing it every 5 seconds.
Became Raphael from Soul Calibur.
Bloody Leonardo from TMNT.
Yeah, no, they need to bring Jack in when they're learning how to use swords in season 5 and season 6. They need to bring Jack in to be the sword.
Yeah.
Oh God.
2 minutes left.
Let's just play the outro for 2 minutes.
Damn.
Why did the 2 minutes?
Okay, well, here's what we're gonna do. Everyone raise a toast, right? First of all, to this man right here for putting together another badass list. Once again, right? That has enabled us to do. Let me bring the microphone to us. That has enabled us
toast to the guy with a toast.
That has enabled us to do 4 hours of quality streaming. So, King, you are the man, sir. Everyone raise a toast to King Kreese Jr. King Shark is a shark.
Y'all guys rock.
King Shark?
King Shark is a shark.
Yeah, and the man, the myth, the legend, the eagle, the man himself.
Yinko.
It's Yinko, the man. Everyone raise a toast to this man right here.
Yinky Pinky.
Now raise a toast to this absolute beautiful specimen right here. Look at this dude here. Look at this dude here rocking the North Face gear. I love it. Fantastic. Brilliant stuff. Another nuanced individual.
Cinnamamba, most deaf.
Cinnamamba, most deaf. Or Cinnammost deaf. Multiverse. I'm going to skip that one. Then we've got our boy Miguel over here. There we go. Look at that. Rocking the Eagle fan colours. The other UK contingent backs me up.
You motherfuckers. I'm going to kill them.
And now, of course, the one I forgot. Not me.
It's ugly.
Oh, that would have been jacked up, man.
Never. I give the spotlight to this man for what universe?
The Matt Reeves universe. Baby.
The RJ is a schmuck universe.
You damn right.
That was timed perfectly. That was timed perfectly. Well, I mean, we know.
Ugly.
I need no say we know.
Jigga boy.
So, are we all excited to see Jaden Smith as Spider-Man?
No,
that is a rumor.
The world burn.
That is a rumor.
Listen, if Jaden Smith's going to be in the equation, why can't we get RJ up in there?
Exactly.
Why can't we get King up in there? Why can't we get Yinko up in there? Why can't we get Darius? Why can't we get Jacob? Why can't we get fucking Tristan?
Spider went up the water spout.
Down
he didn't come back because he out. Became Diesel. Listen, you know.
It sounds like Raimi music, man. Jesus.
I'm not gonna lie. I'll tell you who's creepy. Diesel from Thomas Tank Engine movie.
Oh yeah.
Whoever said
Diesel.
it.
Dude, Diesel.
He deserves to belong in like Toxic Cobra Kai.
He's one of Silver's back.
He calls him to the valley.
Diesel 10's back.
I'm gonna call in a few friends.
He smashes through the wall.
You need Colonel Dugan to come back. Season 4, baby.
Run somebody over, smash through the wall.
And then he just tries to grab them. With his
Diesel 10, man. That dude scared the crap out of me.
Diesel 10 is such a weird dude.
No, Curl.
Cool. Billy Kenny. Billy Kenny.
Oh my god. Oh wait, is that the account? That's it. That's the account. He popped in my stream after I posted that thing about Kenny. I said that, you know that scene when he's bullying him? I called it Bully Kenny. I was like, that's RJ when he's bullying. I was good to see Bully Kenny here.
No, we gotta do it right. We gotta do this right. That's not the real cut.
Now, if you do the drill, you gotta stand up.
Yo, shout out to that little kid that was doing the Bully Maguire dance, man. That little kid.
Oh, that was hilarious.
That kid killed it. That kid did it better than Maguire. That kid killed it, bro.
That kid.
He had a little extra to it.
Yo, he put some soul in that, bro.
ASMR music.
What the hell is this music, bro?
Wait, it's time for the intro. Time to end the stream. What is this Childish Gambino kind of
night
beat?
driving.
No, Child's a Rapper kind of beat. Go back to that other beat.
Sounds like Quiver.
This is Johnny right here.
I'm sorry, but that's Quiver. They copied that. That's generic American Pie music. This is shit version of like lo-fi beats.
Acoustic cinematic. So this is the Batman soundtrack.
The Feed the Ducks one is the best one.
Feeding the Ducks is the best.
It's the best. What kind of name is it?
Why is it called
What does that have to do with feeding the ducks?
in the house?
Wait, you feed the ducks on this?
There you go. Jacob.
Why is club music playing when you're feeding ducks? This is club music.
I'm sorry, man. This is sex music. I don't get what you mean.
Why would you be playing when you're feeding ducks?
You know, like I've forgotten the name of the song.
That's
but
a
you know
little
That's the beat that Silver's gonna put in like the new dojo he opens up. Oh dear, not he's all that.
Okay, brilliant stuff. Can't wait to see the comments. Right, oh God, crackhead Luke, Jesus. Don't put that. Don't put that.
Change the lines of that guy because that dude was annoying in that movie.
He was annoying, dickhead.
I wanted to slap him. Like Jesus, shut up.
You're slapping yourself.
Crazy person.
My testicles, please get off.
Please get off. Shut up. Robo Warrior. Shut up, man.
Yeah, dude was on crack, bro. Dude was definitely on crack.
All right, let's just
see you guys. Peace.
Yeah.
Big Judo.
Hello there.
Hello.
And thank you all so much for watching. We will see you all very, very soon. And coming soon to a movie near you, Jaden Smith as Spider-Man. You know, Creed's teaming up with Johnny, Daniel, and Cozen. That's going to be amazing. Then we've got, you know, Wanda killing everyone as well. So that's great. All good things to come. Can't wait for that Rhino spin-off.
For sure.
Rhino and Sandman, Oscar bound.
Oh yeah, for sure.
The Lord is my shepherd.
You are ugly motherfucker.
This is what I go through every single day. It's babysitting without pay. Pretty much.
Subscribe to me, motherfucker.
I couldn't even understand.
I already knew we were going to end the stream on time, so we're going to do this again.
You didn't end the stream because one of you made a sound that fucking had me dying. Right, let's try it again. Take 2. Gotta make evidence to get a compilation of all this.
In the Matt Reeves universe.
The oldest guys on here.
In the Gonduzizi universe. In the Kebab universe.
Every single
Kenny